of Ukraine by Russia. And I say full scale, as any Ukrainian national in our community will quickly remind you that in one place or another, Russian troops have been on their soil for the best part of the last decade. And there are a number of events hosted by towns and parishes on Friday in recognition of this event. And there will be members of our community in need of our collective support and strength more than ever this week. And I'm probably going to surprise all of you, and Mr. Mayor included, to say that given the need to have as much time as possible spent on the items on the agenda tonight, the executive has decided to yield the rest of our time back to you, Mr. Mayor.
The things leaders will do to get applause. Thank you, Leader. Please, ladies and gentlemen, don't take that as carte blanche to use up his precious time by speaking longer. Anyway, next item is item 6 on your agenda, General Fund Budget, and I will hand the floor to the Leader.
Many thanks again, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to use my very brief introductory comments before, with your indulgence, handing over to Councillor Merriweather just to say a number of thank yous and to highlight some of the work. I'd like to say thank you to Peter and Rosie and to Candice, who are sitting over in the public gallery, for the work that they've done, and all of the finance team for all of the work that has gone into this, not just now, but over the last 4 years, and for everything that you've done. It is fantastic work. It gives us all confidence and assurance that these numbers are accurate and valid, and we can move forward in good faith. Secondly, I want to say thank you to Councillor Merriweather, who, as I mentioned at Executive, having been, as you yourself used to call him, Mr. Mayor, during your 2 years as leader, the Chancellor of this council, has served as Chancellor for 4 years, which makes him one of the longest serving chancellors in the United Kingdom at present. And I want to give my personal thanks to him for the patience he has shown with all members, including those of his own group and party and administration. Many of us who might at some point have needed some education on budgetary matters over the past 4 years. He has had immense patience, immense skill, and is immensely qualified, both as a councillor and in his professional life, to be giving these reports and updates to you this evening. And again, with your indulgence, Mr. Mayor, I will now hand over, for the last time in this administration, but I hope not for the last time, Councillor Mark Merriweather.
Thank you, Lee. Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, everybody. Do we need to second this before I make my
Yes,
remarks?
I will hand over to my seconder if she is happy to wave a crutch in the correct. Thank you, Kika.
All right, with your permission, Mr. Mayor, good evening again, everybody. And I refer you, please, to pages 35 to 106 of your packs. Our general fund provides the funding for most of our activities, except most notably our social council housing, which is covered as a separate item later in the agenda of this evening. Even pre-COVID, cost-based inflation was running ahead of our ability to replace the income we were losing from central government. Since then, and on top of COVID, we now also face the more structural and perhaps more sustained consequences of eye-watering cost inflation that will compound that structural gap. We expect cost inflation will add a further £3 million to our cost base next year alone, a total impact to date of over £4.5 million annually since before COVID. Inflation is a rate increase, and we also have net activity cost increases for unavoidable and other necessary growth items, which include next year a provisional allocation of £330,000 for the beefing up of staffing for our development management team to restructure it following the sustained increase in applications post-COVID, although this is still subject to the confirmation of a business case, and also £150,000 towards the provisional budget for the local plan update, the balance of which will be spread over the following years if necessary, but which should at least be a one-off cost if it crystallizes. In terms of cost-focused measures and other mitigations, we expect new service savings and the ongoing head of service cost review program to continue to deliver a number of recurring benefits, including, for example, from our new insurance arrangements, which all add up. As we consider necessary future cost increases, we will try, where possible, to contain them, at least to one-offs too. While we are cautious about savings from the business transformation strategy in 23-24, as both the new corporate structure settles in and as office costs inflate along with everything else, further savings from further reviews of both customer services and staff travel are expected from 24-25. And our collaboration with Guildford is on target to achieve net savings of at least the £700,000 annually as originally projected. Turning next to the pressures on our income from fees, charges and sources other than tax and government grants. While it's getting harder to distinguish between COVID and the cost of living inflation crises as an underlying cause, our income from sources that were affected by COVID are recovering, but are still below where they were pre-pandemic. Activity-wise, we estimate that we're still £1 million down on our pre-COVID car parking income, but we expect half of that activity to return next year, with the balance by 25-26, while this has also been partly offset by the rate changes made late in 2021. And while our leisure centre fee income is recovering, we're now entering instead a period of transition to a new management contract, which creates a different uncertainty. And as a precaution, we're proposing to provide for the possibility that a new contractor may need some temporary revenue support, at least to start off with, although we'd expect to recover that through our subsequent management fee from them. In terms of mitigations and measures we're taking on this income, although interest rates will never keep up with inflation, even the low risk rates that we receive will give us a welcome boost to the tune of £1 million next year compared to this year, although that benefit will decline as inflation falls and interest rates follow. The commercial strategy continues to identify new income sources while restructuring our pricing for our existing services. In the meantime, our annual review of fees and charges, which excludes charges for car parks, does propose general increases in line with inflation, where we have that discretion, albeit with some exceptions, including, for example, for Careline. Our asset management strategy has evolved from our property investment strategy for a number of reasons, not least for changes to the Public Works Loan Board lending criteria. And we expect our general fund income from our existing assets to increase, for example, as we resolve the extended void at Way Court East. And also, as the report states, we're recognizing that the usage of the garages currently booked through our HRA has also evolved, and that they no longer primarily are dedicated to a housing objective and should be accounted for through the general fund. In addition to all of those overall net pressures on our revenue budget, we face similar pressures on our one-off project spends, where inflation is escalating contractor bids against our very finite capacity to fund them, both for new projects and for the maintenance of our existing estate. We are able to propose this year to make a one-off £170,000 increase in the revenue contribution to the General Property Maintenance Fund, but the backlog of planned works remains concerning. So while the proposed 23-24 budget is balanced, the medium-term financial plan beyond that continues to show a projected unresolved budget gap. And that brings me, beg your pardon, yes?
Sorry, I wasn't going to interrupt you in full flow, but
No,
I have just been advised that those that declared pecuniary interest in garages, since garages have been transferred from the HRA to the general fund, will unfortunately need to leave now.
Just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, until that recommendation is actually voted on, they haven't moved from the general fund, the HRA to the general fund. That recommendation implements that, or have they done so already?
Yeah, it's not the garage, it's just the way they're accounted for.
Fine,
So,
right. In which case I withdraw my comment, Mr. Mayor. Well, okay.
No, yes.
for the whole of this item, John?
Yes.
Yep. Has to be done.
Oh, gosh. All right.
Okay, Councillor Merriweather, sorry to interrupt you. Please carry on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm assured the Zoom room is back. So Councillor Mulliner, the floor is yet again yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we know actually when we went off air? Joking apart, just talking to, I will, but did the portfolio holder get his points across to the waiting public?
So if you wish to start again, start again.
Thank you. You may have heard some of this before. I would genuinely like to repeat my thanks to the portfolio holder and the officers for producing this budget. There's a lot of work involved in it. But the Conservative group feels unable to support it for the reason that we wish to express our sober criticism of the way in which this administration has discharged some of its responsibilities over the past 4 years, even after making generous allowance for their initial inexperience and the impact of the pandemic. 3 themes of this administration deserve comment, and these are waste, delay, and delusions of grandeur. When Conservative administrations come to power, they regard running the council as their overriding objective, with electoral success in 4 years' time as a secondary concern, which will hopefully follow success in the main objective. Liberal Democrat administrations seem to take the opposite view, the future electoral success being what they really care about, and actually running the council is left strictly to the officers unless something goes spectacularly wrong. What this approach omits is the crucial role of portfolio holders in gaining a detailed knowledge about how each department is performing, setting agenda priorities, and then closely monitoring the rate of progress. Without such active leadership and urgency, the inevitable consequence is that matters will proceed slowly, because officers understandably will always prefer to take the risk-averse approach. The penchant for gradio schemes has been demonstrated by the collaboration with Guildford, the plan to become a major residential developer at Dunsfold Park, and the economically incoherent plan to convert Godalming's Crown Court car park into a housing estate. Each have involved the wasteful expenditure of large sums of council taxpayers' money, with complaints answered often by saying, "Don't worry, it's coming from a reserve." The council's usable reserves of 13 million are our deposit account and are a key component of our financial resilience. However, the administration seems to regard them almost as a bottomless piggy bank that can be raided without consequence. Incidentally, it's now almost a year since I first requested sight of the original concept paper justifying the Crown Court project, together with the high-level financial analysis of income and cost that suggested that it might work. It has never been forthcoming despite repeated requests, and the only reasonable explanation is that it never existed in the first place. Returning to the collaboration project between Guildford and Waverley, I think this must rank as one of the hastiest and least scrutinized strategic decisions in recent local authority history. Only 16 days elapsed between an all-member briefing on 16th of June 2021 and the council meeting on 6th of July, at which the substantive decision to proceed was taken. This represents a damning indictment of the administration's attitude to risk and to scrutiny. The risks to staff retention and recruitment were ignored, and the existence of major differences in IT systems were glossed over. The projections of saving £700,000 per annum were based on a high-level consultant's report that Waverley's own staff regarded as superficial and unreliable. What has the collaboration achieved to date? Nominal annual savings of £450,000 are claimed for the new joint management team and business support arrangement, but these are exceeded by the current extra spending on agency staff to fill gaps created by permanent staff leaving Waverley, which have not been filled by new permanent employees. Guildford and Waverley have made it clear that they see themselves as being in financial distress and are seeking a remedy by reducing costs. To any local authority employee, that means only one thing: staff reductions. Is it any wonder that cost-cutting councils are not attractive destinations for ambitious officers seeking to develop their careers? Lest anyone be in any doubt, £100,000 spent on an expensive agency worker will represent an £80,000 total cost of the equivalent full-time officer, salary, pension, and national insurance, and a £20,000 premium payable to the agency and to the agency worker for the extra risk they are taking. This means that the figure of 2.2 million recently stated for agency costs in 22-23 implies a wasted cost of £440,000, which is enough almost to eliminate all the claimed collaboration savings. In addition, the planning department has been particularly affected by the departure of experienced planning officers. With the additional £330,000 proposed to be allocated to repair the planning department is also taken into account, we believe that the collaboration is actually costing Waverley money. But this financial analysis ignores the organisational cost of the collaboration. Before, there were 18 heads of service between the two councils. Now there are 12. In nearly 16 years as a Waverley member, I cannot ever recall the head of service complaining to me that he or she was bored and needed a bigger job. And yet the outcome of the collaboration is to place much greater load and responsibility on heads of service who are now required to operate across two teams serving two councils. Further, if all senior management team costs were shared exactly 50-50, Waverley's savings would only be just over £300,000 a year. In order to increase those savings to nearly £400,000, it has been necessary to allocate more of the cost to Guildford, which meets 67% of the cost of 3 heads of service, and 60% of the cost of 1 strategic director and 1 other head of service, in order to recognise the risk and scale of the challenge that Guildford presents. He who pays the piper calls the tune, and the risk we see is that Waverley will not receive an equal amount of attention and leadership in the affected service areas. If the electorate returns the Conservatives to power in May, one of our immediate priorities will be to review in detail the state of the collaboration. We will not hesitate to give notice of termination if we believe that it is in the interests of Waverley's residents to do so. Delay has been one of the other obvious features of life under this administration. The Great Waverley planning disaster has its roots in the administration's early failure to grasp the challenges facing the planning department, and was exacerbated by the year-long delay in submitting Local Plan Part 2 for examination in an attempt to prevent development of a certain site in Haslemere. It is ironic that the applicant has succeeded on appeal, but in February 2023, we are still waiting for a firm date for when Local Plan Part 2 can be adopted. And the most recent embarrassment is, of course, the fact that Waverley has recently been threatened with being placed in special measures for poor planning performance. Delay has also been endemic in relation to housing, caused in part by the loss of some experienced housing officers, which we believe can also be attributed to the collaboration project. Given the administration's claimed concern to reach net zero by 2030, it is extraordinary that the Social Housing Stock Conditions Survey was not treated as the most urgent priority after the declaration of the emergency in 2019. Waverley owns 4,800 council houses. Any serious plan to decarbonise them depends on having a clear understanding of the realism of such an ambition, given the fabric of decades-old buildings, some of which go back to the 1920s. And yet the exercise has still not even started. It's particularly regrettable that a most able asset management officer was not retained, who could perhaps have been instrumental in starting this vital survey last year. It is to be noted that realism has triumphed recently with a decision to replace 3,700 old gas boilers in Waverley's housing stock over the next 6 years with 3,700 new gas boilers, whose useful lives will extend into the 2040s. It should now be clear to all that the target of net zero by 2030 is and was a pipe dream. So what do we offer instead? In place of waste, delay, and delusions of grandeur, a Conservative administration will display financial rigour, urgency, and realism. Our portfolio holders will be required to develop a deep and detailed knowledge of what is going on in their departments at all times, and will be alert to any signs of strain or underperformance. Our watchwords will be efficiency, effectiveness, and genuine transparency, so that residents will always know why we have taken certain actions and not taken others. Mr. Mayor, I will repeat that the Conservative group, with the experience of 12 years in power from 2007 to 2019, was not unsympathetic to the scale of the challenge faced by a new and inexperienced administration, especially when so few had previous experience as councillors. But to take responsibility is to decide to accept the challenge to perform. And having observed this administration in action for almost 4 years, we firmly believe that Waverley deserves better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Molyneux. Speakers. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An interesting pre-election broadcast on behalf of the Conservative Party, which I'm afraid was full of many holes, which I'm sure my colleagues will point out. But I did not think that the administration here was Liberal Democrat. My feeling was that there are others in the room who might join me in thinking that was the biggest mistake that the spokesman for the Conservative Party made. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Martin.
Well, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much indeed. Yes, well done, Councillor Wilson. Yes, it's a Liberal Democrat-led administration. I think we would concede, and that would be very straightforward to so do. Well, and I too will try and love you all as we were asked to do this evening during prayers. In December, just 2.5 months ago, when the administration and the officers were looking at the budget for the coming year and the medium-term financial plan, they were not aware of the fact that there will be a funding guarantee grant arriving, which was worth over £1 million. At that time, before they knew about that grant, they were devising a budget and decided that a 3% or 2.99% council tax increase was in order. Then they got the £1 million extra money, which gave them considerably more flexibility. And my belief is that some of that flexibility at least should have been used to reduce the council tax burden that is being suggested to be placed upon the shoulders of the people of Waverley. So my view is that they could have gone with a 0%, no increase at all, or maybe they could have perhaps have matched the council tax increase that the county council have put forward, which is a shade under 1%. And that I think would be something which we perhaps would have been able to support. We've heard from Councillor Molyneux about the considerable waste in this administration. Agency staff was mentioned. I might mention the cost of appeals over the last planning appeals over the last 2 years will have been by the end of this year well in excess of 500,000, perhaps as much as £550,000. I would highlight other wasteful projects like the Crown Court project in Godalming, but I won't mention that any further. It's interesting also that the portfolio holder mentioned that the higher interest rates were going to yield an additional £1 million, something which I'm sure will be very helpful. So my view, Mr. Mayor, is very simple. I think that we should have had no council tax increase at all, or perhaps 1%, and that would have been something that I would be able to accept, and therefore I will be voting against the proposed council tax increase and against the budget as a whole. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Cosso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to repeat some of the points that my colleague Councillor Martin has made, but I just want to emphasise two things. It's actually not about politics, it's about people. And I haven't heard one word yet in the presentation about what has been done in terms of rigour to look at this budget and see how much could be shaved off to minimise the burden on the many people in this community who are suffering a cost of living crisis. Haven't heard any of that at all. There has been significant waste by this administration. I will be parochial and talk about the huge sums of money being wasted on developing a project that we told this administration from day one was not wanted by the community of Godalming, but oh no, a significant sum of money is spent, and they've now been told by even through their own survey that this is something they didn't want. That is absolute waste. They haven't taken account, as Councillor Martin said, of the significance. They don't want to acknowledge it because it comes from the government, doesn't it? The significant sum of money that has been made available. But I'll say one last word, and that's this. Thank goodness this council has been capped, because in this chamber, not that long ago, the same leader who also leads the town council managed to put forward proposals which his led administration supported, which meant that in the last 4 years of their administration, they have increased the council tax by an average of 13% per year. Now, if we were allowed not to have capping, I absolutely dread to think just how much burden we will be putting on the people of our communities. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Cossar. Any other speakers? Councillor Hyman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm surprised about what I've heard from a little bit from the people who brought us Brightwells. I think residents would have quite such short memories, but I don't want to. Could you speak
closer to your microphone or a little louder, because we'd all love to hear your gems of wisdom.
Is that working okay? Okay, thanks. Yes, I'm a little bit surprised what I heard from the people who brought us Brightwells, and I'm sure residents don't have quite such short memories, but that's enough of politics, I hope, for the evening. I want to address the recommendations in front of us. Recommendation 3 on page 2 states that we agree to a general inflationary increase to fees and charges. I think that's a bit of what do you call it, a Freudian slip there. I think it means inflation proofed. It is, of course, inflationary increases, and my concern is in respect to the increase in fees on page 83 of 9% on sports grounds, particularly, and the impact this will have on people. If somebody would like to put in a motion, I'm not going to do it myself, to reduce those, I would suggest that we can perhaps pay for it if we were to reduce it to 3 or 4%, so that we're not discouraging the use of sports fields and not discouraging children from it. Then I would be very pleased to support such a motion, but I doubt that will be forthcoming, and that saddens me. In addition to that, the information we don't have in front of us is staff and chief executive pay increases. I think we probably need to know that, so that we know if there's any room for us to be able to reduce the amount of income that we would expect from the fees on sports pitches. So if we can find that out, that would be very nice. Most importantly, recommendation 4, as you've already heard, people, that we're being told that to note the appropriation of garages, and I've asked a number of times, and it's very disappointing that I cannot get an answer to the amount of money that is being, the actual real amount of money that is being compensated to the HRA for these valuable 631 garages and the land and accesses that they're on. Under what delegated power it's happened and when. So we're not allowed to know when the decision was made, under what delegated power, or the amount of money that is involved in this. And so there is also an issue of consulting with the tenants, which I won't argue about now, but the guidance from the government on the ring fence of the HRA does say that residents should be consulted, even though it's perhaps not a legal requirement. So I would like to know, I would like it recorded that I am not happy to note something which may be an ultra vires decision, and I would like it noted that I am against that if we're going to take these on block. Other than that, I know what a difficult job it is to put forward a budget given the time constraints. I admire what's been done here, apart from the things that I've mentioned, and I do support what's been put in front of us, although it's not perfect, obviously.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hegan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm grateful to some of our earlier Conservative speakers for highlighting what I think are two very important themes. In terms of the Godalming Town Council precept increase, that's entirely attributable to us having consulted with our residents to introduce a youth service that's been phenomenally successful and is only necessary because of cuts elsewhere in government. And I also want to touch on the responsible attitude that we've taken to the fact that we need a solution to the problems of this building. We need practical ways to advance our agenda. So we did consult as soon as we had a viable proposal for Central Godalming. Whereas in 2018, the same problem exists, but there was no revelation of the sort of measures that the previous administration were considering. I think we have been both responsible and consultative, and we are trying to do our very best for our residents, and I'm very proud to support this budget.
Thank you. Councillor Berenice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to support what Councillor Higgins said, I run the Youth Task Group at Farnham Town Council, and we had the great joy of having a wonderful guy called Tom Manning, who runs the community centre, which was put up and running in the area of Godalming, Oxford Ridge, because you had so much problems with young people causing great destruction and ending up, some of them, in prison. And it was said that people had asked in Godalming that they were happy to have more, to have a higher rate of council tax to deal with this appalling problem. And this comes from the horse's mouth. Tom is an extraordinary person. He has turned that place around, and he's now going to be opening another centre. We had the great good fortune of having him to the council to go through it with us all, and we asked where the money came from, and he said it was something that was demanded by people because the situation was so appalling. So I would support that very. I think it's a wonderful result and something that we should be very pleased and proud of. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Goodrich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too will be voting against the budget. I had hoped that some of the £1 million that the government have given this council as a one-off grant would have been used to help the council taxpayers by reducing what had been planned as an increase, but no. After all, 100,000 represents a 1% council tax increase, roughly. And therefore, to reduce the council tax, say, to the same as Surrey County Council, will only have meant shaving off the about 200,000 off the budget. And because we've had waste in the past, one fears waste in the future. Broadwater Park, money has been wasted, nothing's happened. Crown Court, money wasted, nothing happened. And if only they'd spoken to the Chamber of Commerce before they got so far as they have, they would have found out what the people of Godalming really think, and particularly the businesses in the town. The agency fees, which the leader referred to, money wasted. And now we're wasting again. I wonder why we're putting, for example, 100,000 in the climate project reserve, when since the 2019 resolution to have carbon neutral by 2030, 4 years have passed and practically nothing's happened. And I don't see anything planned of any significance in the next 7 years, and we'll get to 2030, nothing having happened. I also think that the money put aside for LPP1 is too much, and therefore it's not beyond the wit of man to actually have reduced the council tax for the council tax ratepayers down to something like the Surrey County Council level. But instead, this administration is going for the maximum that it can. I'm very disappointed, and I'll be voting against the budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more speakers? Councillor Beeman, followed by Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of detail. Councillor Hammer mentioned sports charges only meaning possibly being increased by inflation. In fact, if they were only increased by 3 or 4%, what would that actually cost the council?
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I was young and innocent, I would have been surprised to hear Conservative spokespeople opposing prudent financial management, but I appreciate the desire of the local party to follow the lead of their various recent prime ministers. However, when Councillor Mulliner then claims that Conservative administrations enter power in pursuit of responsible management, I draw his attention to our colleagues in Woking who are struggling with the enormous deficit accumulated by his Conservative colleagues just up the road from here. And it's in the same spirit that the Conservatives in Waverley are now seeking to worsen Waverley's financial position. It's irresponsible and it's unhelpful, and I can only assume that they're seeking some kind of political advantage. But the electorate has seen too many Conservative weaving and dodging on these issues to be taken in.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other members not on the executive wish to speak? In that case, I have Councillor Townsend and then the leader to sum up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I just have to express my thanks to Mark and the team. And I was quite surprised when Councillor Mulliner was going on about inexperience, because Mark Merriweather is probably one of the most qualified and experienced finance portfolio holders that this council has ever actually seen. I think obviously, I think we've overrun on the pantomime season there a little bit. However, he might get the BAFTA. On the other side of things, you know, we can talk about Surrey. I am a Surrey County Councillor, but there have been cuts in services at Surrey. So whilst the council tax, the share of the council, which is 0.99% with an extra 2% for adult social care, whilst that may look attractive, I have seen in Guildford and Waverley the SEND, so for special needs support for some of the most vulnerable children in Guildford and Waverley, for short break care, which is where families can get help at the weekends, put their children into some groups during the week to help with them during holiday times and have overnight stays. We have seen that in Guildford and Waverley slashed by over half. So, you know, these things do not come without any kind of impact. And I am absolutely, you know, we have seen a balanced budget presented here with no cuts to services and a very prudent approach to financial responsibilities. And I, for one, will obviously be supporting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Leader, would you like to sum up?
Many thanks, Mr. Mayor. And with your indulgence, I'll make a couple of comments before handing over to Councillor Merriweather to address some of the technical questions that have been raised by members. Can I start by thanking my colleagues around me of all parties and none? I think tonight what you see is the result of being scared of the cooperation of others. Councillor Townsend has put it, I think, absolutely correctly. Of all the portfolio holders, that you would say don't put the time in and put the work, you choose Councillor Merriweather to attack. I mean, really, I think that just shows the level of disrespect and frankly, rudeness that pervades many of the members across the other side of the aisle. I mean, my tone would probably stop there if you hadn't, as always, your next point of attack been our staff of this council, who are hardworking, supportive of what we are trying to do here. And frankly, I mean, they work in local government. It's a vocation. It's hardly going to be the most rewarded thing that anybody could do. It is rewarding in other ways. And when we try and make sure that it is rewarding as possible for those members of staff, the scaremongering that goes with some of the things that you frequently say is baffling. I mean, to be quite honest, the only reason I'm not going any further is because somehow I've managed to hear worse from members of your group on social housing and on our staff in other meetings. So, I mean, this isn't even the worst.
Could I sort of hasten you towards summing up, Leader?
Right.
I think, you know, in which case we're all aware an election's coming from both sides.
May I just make one final comment then before I hand over to Councillor Merriweather? Council have a legal duty to set council tax. I haven't heard a single motion from the other side of the aisle that was contrary to the budget that was proposed. I haven't seen any amendments. Now, if you were in the situation where you are proposing not to vote for a budget, a legal requirement of this council, and have proposed nothing, you are, I'm afraid, demonstrating the irresponsibility that I have accused you of many, many times in this chamber. And with that, and point, Mr. Mayor, if with that, I may hand over to Councillor Merriweather to deal with some of the technical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With your permission, I've got to say, when Councillor Mulliner started by promising not to be personal, I was a little bit on guard, but thankfully, since he actually didn't say a single word relevant to the budget in front of us, I didn't really have a great deal to worry about. But I will comment on some of the things he did say and some of the other things. So in terms of specifically on the Berries Regeneration Project, it amazes me that it still hasn't registered with the official opposition that we have been doing the one thing that they didn't do at Brightwells, which is engage with the residents on options and ideas before making any plans. And I'm still amazed he hasn't read the email that was sent to him months ago that contains the spreadsheets with the initial financial analysis. I suspected he hadn't, based on the comments that he made to the council just before Christmas, which seemed to ignore everything that he'd been told. There's also a great deal of confusion from some extremely apparently experienced councillors of the difference between revenue and capital spending, because Councillor Mulliner, of all people, the former chair of the Budget Strategy Working Group, should know that the investments that we've been making on all of our projects have come out of the £2 million reserve that his Budget Strategy Working Group set up specifically for the feasibility and the homework that's needed to be done on all of these projects. I accept that in his case, they were looking to make risky casino commercial property investments like Woking, and we are not. But apart from that, I'll move on to the mentions of Surrey. People have been mentioning Surrey County Council very selectively, of course, and very wishful. It's all very well to talk about percentages. Surrey are raising their council tax by £50. 1% of a lot is still a lot. We're raising our council tax by £5.85. So please, if you want to make comparisons, particularly in a public arena on television, for goodness sake, please think before you open your mouths. Let's go to the staff we have. I won't comment any further on what Councillor Follows says. I'm sorry, I've just heard some very wishful, very selective thinking from the opposition. But apart from selectively asking us to chair the £1 million grant that we've received from the government, despite inflation adding £3.5 million to our budget, despite the loss of New Homes Bonus, despite the threat of losing our retained business rates, cherry picking is too slight a description to describe what we've just heard, and I'm really, really sorry to have heard it from colleagues who I really respect.
Thank you. We will now move to the vote. As you are all aware, being a budget item, this must be a recorded vote, and we will take all 8 items together. And I think I know what you're going to say, but anyone who arrived late, I'm afraid, will not be able to vote, but please speak. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the vote then, please.
Mr. Mayor, may Councillor Hyman over here. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. May I ask, so that we don't need to go through each of the items individually, can I ask that it be noted that I will be voting in favour of all of the items here, except for number 3 that I will abstain upon because of the
Councillor, you've already said that in your earlier speech, and I've already said we will take them all together. So I'm sure your dislike of item 3 will appear in the minutes.
Thanks, and I'm not objecting to the 4% rise.
Could we now move on, please, and could you turn your microphone off? Thank you.
Thank you, members. Councillors, when I call your name, please confirm whether you wish to vote for, against or abstain. Councillor Baker, you arrived late, so you'll have to pass on this one. Councillor Beeman?
For.
Councillor Busby?
For.
Carol Coburn hasn't arrived. Councillor Cotter?
Against.
Councillor Darcy?
For.
Councillor Davidson?
For.
Councillor Denis? Councillor Deere?
Against.
Councillor Dixon?
For.
Councillor Ellis?
Against.
Councillor David Else?
Against.
Councillor Jenny Else? Councillor Follows?
For.
Councillor Forojewski, I believe
I was late,
you were late
And
as
my
well.
apologies.
Thank you. Councillor Gale?
For.
Councillor Goodridge?
Against.
Councillor Hegan?
For.
Councillor Henry?
Against.
Councillor Hess?
For.
Councillor Hyman?
For.
Councillor James? Councillor Keane? Oh, not here. Councillor Knowles?
Against.
Councillor MacLeod?
For.
Councillor Penny Marriott?
For.
Councillor Peter Marriott?
For.
Councillor Michaela Martin?
For.
Councillor Peter Martin?
Against.
Councillor Merriweather?
For.
Councillor Mirrlees?
For.
Councillor Mulliner?
Against.
Councillor Monroe?
For.
Councillor Neal?
For.
Councillor Nicholson? Councillor Palmer?
For.
Councillor Reid?
For.
Councillor Paul Rivers?
For.
Madam Deputy Mayor, Councillor Penny Rivers?
For.
Councillor Rubini's not here. Councillor Sadler?
Against.
Councillor Seaborn?
Against.
Councillor Spence?
For.
Councillor Liz Townsend?
For.
Councillor Philip Townsend?
For.
Mr Mayor, Councillor John Ward?
For.
Councillor Williams?
For.
Councillor Wilson?
For.
Thank you. That's 29 votes for and 14 against and no abstentions.
Budget is therefore carried. I believe now we can invite the two from outside in, and we have to say goodbye to Councillor Hyman.
Point of order, please, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Monroe.
It's getting jolly cold. Can we have the heating up?
Technically, I'm not sure which law or rule that's breaking, but I do share your view, and hopefully someone more acquainted with it than me will warm the place up. Right, welcome back, both of you. We'll now move on to item 7. Leader, would you like to introduce?
Many thanks again, Mr. Mayor, to introduce the HRA Business Plan, Revenue Budget and Capital Programme 23-24. This is in front of you now. I believe I have a seconder before I carry on. Apologies, Councillor Mirrlees.
sorry, pleased to second. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm now going to hand over to Councillor Merriweather, but before I do so, just to reiterate my thanks to the team. This has been a long conversation, and like all the other elements of this budget, we ended up getting bits and pieces from the government as we go. I think the latest one of this was as recently as late January. I was called in by Candice and Annie to hear an extra bit that came in at the last minute. So it's been an evolving process. And again, thanks to the team for all the hard work. And I'll now hand over to Councillor Merriweather.
Thank you, Leader. So, Mr. Mayor, I now refer members to pages 107 to 134 of your packs, where we turn to the ring-fenced account into which our social housing rental incomes are received, which together with some other income can only be used for legally prescribed purposes. These include not only the recurring annual costs of operating, administering and maintaining our council homes, but also major upgrades and repairs, new affordable home developments, and the servicing and repayment of a £189 million mortgage that the council was required to take out in 2012 to transfer the HRA to the self-financing basis that it's been on since then. The HRA is self-financing, which means that it is our council house tenants alone who most directly experience the financial costs and benefits of the decisions we take. We work to a long-range business plan that extends out by a rolling 30 years, a 30-year horizon, but this year's review cycle has been extraordinary on at least 4 counts. First, the impacts of COVID have been transitioning into impacts of the cost of living and inflation crises, which are affecting not only our tenants, but also our own ability to provide our landlord services. Second, the government has provided us with a limited opportunity to increase rents by up to 7%, ostensibly to mitigate for the cost inflation that we're experiencing. Thirdly, the pressing need to plan for the improvement of our housing stock to meet our energy performance and efficiency goals, which are at least in line with those that are being set nationally by central government. And fourthly, we've started to plan for the repayment of the 2012 mortgage by 2040-41, which will release a very significant net permanent improvement in the annual HRA operating account. So it was in December 22 that we agreed to change the mortgage debt strategy so as to rephase our net debt principal repayments to free up rent income now to fund housing maintenance and the energy efficiency program. Excluding both activity growth and cost savings, we expect that inflation will increase our costs by around £1.4 million in 23-24, including legacy impacts from 22-23. But that after allowing for compensating interest and receipts, the net impact will be contained to about £1 million. This approximates to the 4% rent increase that is proposed in the recommendation, which is also consistent, we believe, with the good intentions behind the government's rent cap, which is to protect tenants from the rising cost of living. We're all well aware that not using this window to increase rents further could be perceived as a missed opportunity, and as an increase above 4% could, for example, have a positive impact by reducing the business plan's borrowing requirement. Every additional 1% in rent above 4% equates to about £300,000, which compounded over the 30-year business plan horizon could generate not much more than £14.8 million of additional income and could reduce the capital borrowing requirement by £4.9 million. But it should go without saying that these longer term benefits do seem also to be contrary, at least in spirit, to the more immediate need to support the most vulnerable households in the face of the cost of living pressures. Mr. Mayor, can I just check I've got 10 minutes on this? I've got the buzzer going. Okay.
carry on for the moment because I think
do-
it's probably useful that you do so, and I will extend the same
I've only got a
courtesy to
minute
the
or so,
leader of the
so I'm
opposition.
nearly there. Okay. So having said that, there are still other factors to consider also, including that even if we don't ask our tenants to finance an accelerated reduction of debt now, their rents will still have to service it in due course. This is a volatile and uncertain time, and there can be no assurance that inflation will fall as seems to be generally assumed, at least for now, nor how the rent cap will evolve in the future. It does seem unfair, if not regressive, that the rents we charge our tenants could be raised at a rate that is much higher than the percentage we can raise council tax on all of the homes in the borough up to and including Band H. And interestingly, the government's own rent formula has increased at CPI plus 1% for 23-24, but does not take into account the rent increase cap. Now, this does risk some disparity between our current tenants and new ones as current tenant rent falls below the formula. With so many often competing factors, the rent increase to be recommended has been subject to a deal of discussion within the administration and the Landlord Services Advisory Board in overview and scrutiny, and privately among members. The range of increase most focused on has been between our original legacy default 3% and 5%. This proposal at 4% is believed to be, on balance, fair and reasonable, considering all of the factors, but we still will be listening to any contributions that may follow in the debate after I've spoken. Finally, the recommendation to delegate certain authority for work in the maintenance budget is considered beneficial for the delivery of the works identified. And finally, no surprises, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank also not only the co-portfolio holders, the finance team, Candice, and also the housing team, Andrew and Annalisa, have all put in a great deal of effort to pull these numbers together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mulliner, do you wish to kick off the debate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I shall be brief. We generally support this and we appreciate the issues. I'm a member of the Landlord Services Advisory Board. I've also seen discussion there. And I think it shows the importance of communicating as clearly as possible why certain things are happening. There was considerable obscurity, understandably, I think, when trying to explain why it was intended to raise borrowing in the next few years to cope with the spike in capital repayments on the mortgage. It's not something that tenants are going to worry about, but members might well find it a little confusing. So perhaps some communication there would be a good idea, so people can see why the numbers are changing over the next 5 years. And my own suggestion is to have a graph which would make it perhaps clearer how we're smoothing out the borrowing. I think in general, the choice of 3, 4, 5 or whatever percent bound to be a range of views. A point that certainly was made and which resonated with me is to wonder to what extent council house tenants were going to benefit from quite a larger increase in either benefits or in pension, and the tenants who are not in receipt of those. We do know that the private sector wages are rising at around about 6 or 7%. So certainly there was a case for thinking that a higher rate could be accommodated, but we have no strong argument with what has been recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Councillor Seaborn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the recommended 4% increase in council tax rents, council house rents. While the incomes of some of our tenants will be going up by over 4%, others will not. So the proposed increase seems to be a reasonable compromise in order to prevent hardship to Waverley's financially challenged tenants, but also to avoid having a severe impact on the HRA business plan. But what I really want to focus on relates to section 8 and Annex 5 of the HRA business plan, the HRA papers. I'll start by welcoming the proposal to carry out a full and long overdue stock condition survey. At last Tuesday's briefing by the social housing regulator, The need for thorough and current stock condition surveys was stressed. Reliable data are needed to inform asset management decisions for the benefit of our tenants. In particular, the new data will underpin work on energy efficiency improvements. But Annex 5 sets out expenditure of £1 million a year for the next 6 years on gas boiler replacements. The average life of a combi boiler is around 15 years. So some of the new boilers that Waverley installs are still going to be working well into the 2040s. I am interested to know how this tallies with the statements in section 8.9 and 14.2, which reiterate the council's aim to be carbon neutral by 2030. What the plan in Annex 5 sets out to do is to get most of the 800 or so Waverley owned properties that are currently EPC Band D or worse down to EPC Band C well before the government target of 2035. But even with all our properties at Band C or better, our housing stock is still likely to be emitting between 5 and 10,000 tonnes of CO2 a year if there is no major programme of retrofitting. New builds are starting to address the challenge, but at the current rate, they will contribute no more than 3 or 4% of our total stock by 2030. Well, since I took the view in 2019 that the target of net zero operations should be based on data rather than dogma, I'm perfectly prepared to support the recommendation 6 in our papers. It would be good to see the capital programme go further, but it is realistic. I'm just interested to know how those members who supported a net zero target date of 2030 can reconcile supporting a recommendation which is clearly not aligned with that target. Overall, Mr. Mayor, I will be supporting the HRA budget recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? In that case, Leader, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, there seems to be broad consensus agreement with the actual substance of this, but I will just pick up on a couple of the questions from Councillor Seaborn. So the government's own targets, I think, are EPC-C by 2050. And I think it's pretty clear that that's a government target that has no government funding. I mean, we actually did write to the government on this when, and this still always makes me chuckle slightly, Jacob Rees-Mogg was the Minister for Climate Change. And shockingly, the response we got back from him was unhelpful in that it didn't actually state how local authorities were supposed to actually bridge that funding gap to achieve even their own targets, let alone our targets. So I think in response to your question as to how people can reconcile that, I mean, other than the fact that at the end of the day, we have to be practical and realistic about the solutions that we actually have on the table, the point I would make, and the element that allows me to reconcile this personally, is that modern boilers are more efficient, they use less gas, and they're deployed in concert with better insulation, which end up with a reduction in carbon and a reduction in consumption of gas. So that is how I can get myself around that particular conundrum. But don't get me wrong, I would love there to be a better solution. And I would love, as I asked Mr. Rees-Mogg, to at least explain how government policy was to be met, irrelevant of whether we can meet our own, how government policy was going to be met on energy efficiency. As I think ONS reviewed last night, our pilots on energy efficient deep retrofit, including amendments to insulation and also the method of heating the homes, should give us that reliable data. And my very final point, just to comment on the asset stock condition survey, the need to do that survey should not belie the fact that we actually do have data on our properties. We are not acting from nothing all the time on some of this. It's getting better quality data to make the sorts of decisions that we need to be making going into the late 2020s and beyond. This is the sort of information that we wouldn't have collected over the last 20 years. These are things that are more about energy efficiency and how we deploy new technology. That's that new information that's important that we get. So I will return, Mr. Mayor, to the general consensus on the numbers and the objectives, and commend the recommendations to you and to council.
Thank you, Leader. Since all these items are virtually interdependent, we will take them all as one. And as you are aware, being a budget item, it has to be by recorded vote.
Thank you, councillors. Once again, when I call your name, please confirm whether you wish to vote for, against or abstain. Councillor Baker.
4.
Councillor Beeman,
4.
Councillor Busby,
4.
Councillor Coburn,
4.
Councillor Cossa,
4.
Councillor Darcy,
4.
Councillor Davidson, Councillor Denis, Councillor Dear, Councillor Dixon,
4.
Councillor Ellis,
4.
Councillor David Else,
4.
Councillor Jenny Else, Councillor Follows,
4.
Councillor Forajewski,
4.
Councillor Gale,
4.
Councillor Goodridge,
4.
Councillor Hegan,
4.
Councillor Henry,
4.
Councillor Hess,
4.
Councillor Hyman is not here, Councillor James, Councillor Keane,
4.
Councillor Knowles,
4.
Councillor MacLeod,
4.
Councillor Penny Marriott,
4.
Councillor Peter Marriott,
4.
Councillor Michaela Martin,
4.
Councillor Peter Martin,
4.
Councillor Merryweather,
4.
Councillor Mirrlees,
4.
Councillor Mulliner,
4.
Councillor Munro,
4.
Councillor Neil,
4.
Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Palmer,
4.
Councillor Reid,
4.
Councillor Paul Rivers,
4.
Councillor, Madam Deputy Mayor, Councillor Penny Rivers, 4. Councillor Rubini,
4.
Councillor Sadler,
4.
Councillor Seaborn,
4.
Councillor Spence,
4.
Councillor Liz Townsend,
4.
Councillor Philip Townsend, Mr Mayor, Councillor John Ward,
4.
Councillor Williams,
4.
and Councillor George Wilson.
4.
Thank you. That's 47 in favour, none against, and no abstentions.
Thank you, Fiona. That is then carried unanimously. We will now take item 8. Item 8 is council tax setting for the various towns within our borough. This is basically a mathematical exercise which is done by officers depending upon the decisions which we have already made, but it does need to be formally agreed by council. Is that agreed? Agreed. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been here an hour and 40 minutes. I think now might be a reasonable time to have a small comfort break before we move on to the other items. Can we target 7 minutes, which I hope won't expand too long?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, councillors, could we start sort of heading towards our seats, please? Right, councillors, can we reconvene, please? Sorry, I'll try that again. Can we reconvene, please? Let's move on then to item 10, sorry, 9. I'm just so keen to get to 10. Item 9, capital strategy. Councillor Merriweather, are you going to deal with this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, you're not the only one. So let's go to capital strategy. That's on pages 147 to 200.
You better get a seconder.
Oh, you are.
I'll second in this case.
There we go. Thank you very much. So 147 to 206 of your packs. The capital strategy is actually a suite of interdependent strategies, policies, practices, principles, plans, and similar statements of how we approach capital investments and expenditure in a prudent, sustainable, and resilient manner. While we would always seek to apply best practice to do this in any event, as the report says, we're actually very heavily regulated, if not prescribed, on how we do this by law and by codes issued by the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy, and also by the government's lending terms with which we also align. So can I encourage you, while I'm speaking, to refer to page 165 of your packs, which summarizes the framework of key elements of the strategy and how they're connected. The capital strategy itself describes not only the key elements of the strategy, but equally importantly, how that strategy dovetails into our corporate strategy, our priorities and ambitions, and also both our HRA business plan and our general fund medium-term financial plan. And just for the avoidance of doubt, for the purposes of the capital strategy, no distinction is made between the general fund and the HRA. We adopt a whole organization approach. In general terms, the themes covered in the capital strategy suite are the governance of capital expenditure, the management of debt borrowing and treasury transactions, the approach to making investments for service or commercial purposes, the governance of other long-term liabilities, and the importance of appropriate knowledge and skills for executing the strategy. In line with the codes with which we comply, there are two branches of the overall strategy. One is the treasury strategy, and the others are the non-treasury management strategies that cover the management of our non-financial capital transactions and assets, which I do not intend to rehearse here. You'll be pleased to hear, but members with questions can refer them to me or officers, but I do want to draw your attention to the 5-year values being recommended that are presented in the 10 prudential indicators contained in the Treasury Management Strategy across pages 172 to 186 of your packs. And in that regard, the estimated total capital expenditure for the general fund, Prudential Indicator 1, only includes expenditure that is either already committed or approved, but not some of the projects that are possible, but not yet sufficiently advanced to be included. These would include, just as one example, the Cranley Leisure Centre project, which is progressing, while Prudential Indicators 4 and 5, which deal with authorised limits for external debt, do continue to recognise that we have this portfolio pipeline of projects, of which some will need external debt funding as and when they advance. You'll recall that the general fund limit was originally set at its current level some years ago to recognise the investment that would have been needed to execute the old budget strategy working group's investment property plans before the changes by the Public Works Loan Board intervened. The projects that are coming through now instead, which will be PWLB compliant, are of the same quantum, and so the limits have not been changed. Finally, I'd just like to remark that the recommendation for the renewal of the delegated authority is considered necessary in order for this council simply to participate in the market where appropriate on an equal footing with the private sector. And in closing, I'd just like to thank again the team, Peter, Vicky, and everybody who's contributed to this, rather awkward but very necessary document. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mulliner, do you wish to lead?
Thank you. Not too much to say on this. I do detect some improvement in the wording and the Treasury strategy, for which I'm grateful. I think in terms of capital, again, I don't feel there's enough transparency or easy transparency for members who are interested. And I think as we face a period when there may be more borrowing in the future, it's important that is made easy for every member of the council to understand. Currently, it appears to be a very small club of people, club of members who actually look at this thing in any detail. I would rather it was of more general interest and indeed therefore made more accessible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? In that case, would you like to sum up?
Just to thank Councillor Mulliner, and I accept what he says. It's a, it's not an easy subject, and it's not easy to present it in some ways. I am following up on some discussions I've had with various with various councillors independently, with my own institute to put together some guidance that we hope will be available and accessible to all councillors to help them bridge through to some of the less easy topics.
Unless anybody objects, I would like to take both items together, and we'll do it by show of hands unless anybody particularly wants a recorded vote. In that case, could I have those in favour, please?
I think that's unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
Just to check, those against? Abstentions? Thank you, Fiona. That is, as you wisely say, unanimous. You can count hands far quicker than I can. Okay, well, let's move on to the last item on our agenda, which is LPP1. And are you going to speak and start this with Leader? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Members, before I ask Councillor Townsend to introduce this fully, I would just like to extend my thanks to Farnham Town Council and Farnham members yesterday for hosting Councillor Townsend and I for what I think was an extremely constructive Q&A on this matter to supplement the general Q&A that we had with all members over the past few months. This is a potentially emotive subject, so I will just remind everybody for the need for evidence, the primacy of government planning rules, and the need to get our updates and reviews in the right order. And at that note, I'll reach for my popcorn and hand over to Councillor Townsend.
I assume you have a seconder.
I'm sure Councillor Townsend, yep.
Happy to second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and apologies if I do run over a smidge. There's a few topics within this that I need to cover. I'm very aware that of the concern that a review and an update of Local Plan Part 1 raises. This is not of our choosing. We have a legal requirement to review the plan when it is 5 years old, and Local Plan Part 1 has now reached that stage. To members, I would stress that I share your dismay and many of your concerns, especially when we are nearing the end of the examination of Part 2 of the plan. You would think that this should offer some protection for the first part, but that isn't how it works. Officers have carried out the statutory review of the plan using the Planning Advisory Service, known as PAS Toolkit, and their recommendation is that Local Plan Part 1, needs to be updated. And the independent legal advice we have received and circulated to councillors also confirms this. A significant factor in this recommendation is that since the plan was adopted, apologies, Mr. Mayor, The plan was adopted in 2018. The government has introduced the standard method to calculate housing targets, and this results in a new starting point of 743 dwellings per annum. And that's a 26% increase from the figure of local plan part 1 of 590 dwellings. It would be very difficult to argue to inspectors or to developers that this is not a significant difference. However, I must stress that this does not mean that the number in local plan part 1, the annual requirement, is incorrect, or that a similar number is unlikely to form the basis of an updated plan, which will provide the opportunity to present a detailed assessment of the borough's constraints and capacity. The scope and timeline of the updated plan is yet to be determined. And as I have said before, we will be investigating all options, from a partial update to a full update. However, tonight, we are only voting on the recommendation that the plan needs updating, not on the scope or the timeline of that update. Any update of local plan part 1, whether partial or full, and stressing there are several points between those two boundaries, must be undertaken through the statutory plan process with all the appropriate requirements for evidence, consultation and testing that this entails. To do otherwise will be putting a predetermined outcome before the evidence and would be highly likely to be given little weight by planning inspectors. And I don't need to tell you what the impact across the borough would be if we lost a single appeal on this basis. We cannot make up our own rules and try to game the system. And we should not delay in starting to update the plan. Doing nothing could mean that as days and months go past, the development plan could be viewed as progressively having less weight, and this could have a detrimental impact on planning appeals, on pending appeals. If nothing else, the experience of history should clearly lead us away from any delay. As we know, these have not previously worked to this council's advantage, and wanting things to be different rather than confronting the facts as they stand has largely led to the position we now find ourselves in. In 2013, the council at that time tried unsuccessfully to progress with the plan based on housing numbers which they were repeatedly advised would not be accepted by the examiner, who then, true to his word, threw the plan out. It would not be for another 5 years that this borough would have a local plan in place, leaving the entire borough exposed to speculative development. And in the meantime, the Inspector of Local Plan Part 1 was assured at the examination stage that Local Plan Part 2 was very soon to follow. What happened was yet another delay when Local Plan Part 2 was withdrawn by the executive at that time without notice, leaving this borough yet again exposed to speculative development. And that legacy of delay has contributed to the unenviable position we now find ourselves in. During the update process, we have had clear legal advice that our development plan will remain the starting point for decision-making in accordance with Section 38.6 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004. And that will provide us with a much more persuasive case to place before appeal inspectors about appropriate mechanisms being brought forward through the update process to address any potential shortage in housing land supply moving forwards. We should not be penalised for doing what the government instructs us to do. Concern has justifiably been expressed about the protection offered to neighbourhood plans under paragraph 14 of the NPPF. It is the view of officers that the protection offered by paragraph 14 is not dependent on the borough having an updated housing figure and offers protection in these circumstances. This is supported by legal advice, which was circulated to councillors from our barrister, that paragraph 14 will continue to provide protection to neighbourhood plans, even in cases where the presumption in favour of development outlines in paragraph 11D applies, and that in terms of legal risk and how inspectors are likely to approach speculative development, the balance clearly favours updating Local Plan Part 1. I am acutely aware of the time and effort that is put into making neighbourhood plans by our communities and strongly support the proposed NPPF changes to extend protection for neighbourhood plans that have made the difficult decision to allocate sites from the current 2 years to 5 years. And I do appreciate the frustration of members. However, whilst we firmly recognise that we need innovative and different solutions to the planning system, for now, we have to accept national policy as it stands and work within that system to produce an updated plan that works for the whole of the borough. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank officers for all of their hard work, and they have obviously been dealing with the main modifications for Local Plan Part 2 as well. Tonight I'm joined by Andrew Longley on Zoom and also Abby Lewis in the chamber in case I should need to refer to them at a later time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I believe that Councillor Beeman may have an update to the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Since Councillor Beeman has given notice of an amendment that he wishes to move, I suggest that he moves it immediately and we discuss that, and then we can get back to whatever the substantive motion ends up being. So I'm calling Councillor Beeman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I would like to thank Councillor Follows and Councillor Townsend, along with planning officers, for fulfilling the promise made at the Executive Committee meeting held on the 7th of February to attend a meeting that was held yesterday, to which all Farnham councillors, Waverley Borough, Farnham Town and Surrey County Council, were invited to discuss the concerns Farnham councillors and residents have over the proposed update of Waverley's local plan. It was a constructive and positive meeting, although the overall concerns of Farnham and its residents remain. And it is against this background that I wish to propose this amendment to the recommendation as proposed in the agenda.
Let me just check you have a seconder.
Oh, that's fine. I do.
Thank you,
Happy
Councillor
to second,
Townsend.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah. On Friday, all Waverley councillors were advised that the planning inspectors allowed the appeal against the decision of the Western Area Planning Committee to refuse the application to build 65 new homes at the Hawthorns in Farnham, a site not allocated for development in the Farnham neighbourhood plan. Although unwelcome, this decision came as no real surprise, and the residents of Farnham now wait for further appeal decisions at least 2 other locations where planning permission has been refused. The Hawthorns decision is a timely reminder of the need to update LPP1 as quickly as possible to avoid further speculative and unwanted developments in locations not allocated for development, not just in Farnham, but across the entire borough. The recommendation before you tonight reads: the local plan as a whole continues to provide an updated statutory development plan for Waverley, which must remain the starting point for decisions on planning applications while an update is brought forward. If this statement was true, our planning officers would not have recommended that these applications on locations such as Hawthorns not allocated for development in Farnham's neighbourhood plan, which remember was approved by a 95% yes vote at public referendum, should be approved. Instead, apart from the application for development at Lower Wiburn Lane, officers have used, some might say hidden behind, the tilted balance argument to override the existing local plan. If officers had given the local plan the priority it is now claiming it should be given and recommended refusal, the Hawthorns appeal and all of the outstanding appeals might have a different outcome, although obviously there can be no guarantee of this. Planning inspectors are, however, more likely to allow appeals where recommendations of the planning officers have been overturned by members of planning committees. Whilst the need to update LPP1 is not disputed, the most contentious issue is adoption of a housing need figure of 744 homes, or 743, under the standard method that is 26% higher than the present housing requirement of 590 homes in LPP1. Although the 590 figure has been achieved, the 744 figure is unrealistic, and as far as I'm aware, Waverley has never even come close to achieving such a figure. I understand that the main reason behind the proposed increase from 590 to 744 is due to a lack of affordable housing homes, implying that many new homes that are being constructed are far from being affordable. This is underlined by the number of viability assessments that developers submit when they are obtaining planning permission, when they claim they cannot meet the 30% affordable requirement. The standard method of calculating housing need is flawed and in Waverley's situation unrealistic and unjustified. Waverley may have an overall low population density, but much of its land is protected by Greenbelt designation and restrictions on development close to the Thames Beath and Wealdon Heath spars. As a consequence, there are limitations to where additional development to even consider accommodating the construction of even more homes. In the Farnham area, developments are already being approved in non-floodplain areas that are likely to have environmental consequences in the future. As a full council meeting of Farnham Town Council held on the 26th of January, the following motion was passed unanimously without any votes against or abstentions. Farnham Town Council is very concerned that Waverley Borough Council is considering a comprehensive update of LPP1, since this will undermine Farnham's neighbourhood plan at a critical time, with a number of planning applications for residential developments in locations not allocated for development, subject to appeal, having been refused by Waverley Borough Council, and applications for residential developments on other unallocated sites are thought to be being considered. Farnham Town Council urges Waverley Borough Council to only undertake the minor update required to its existing LPP1 as quickly as possible to help protect Farnham from unwanted and unsustainable speculative development. The entire planning system may well be unfit for purpose, some say broken, but must deal with the current situation as best we are able to. The failure of Waverley so far to even abide by its existing local plan when considering planning applications does concern me. I'm also concerned that developments are being approved without adequate supporting infrastructure, doctors' surgeries, health centres, schools. Already in no shortage of secondary school places in Farnham that will result in children having to travel as far as Ash, provision of water supply, sewage facilities and transport. Add to this the constraints in Farnham arising from the large number of listed historical buildings and a road structure that has not remained unchanged for decades. It is therefore understandable that Farnham residents are so supportive of the neighbourhood plan into which there has been placed considerable time, effort and money. It is no wonder that Councillor Coburn has become so frustrated when there are appeal decisions that are contrary to the Farnham neighbourhood plan. I do, however, appreciate and indeed welcome the undertaking that was given yesterday by the leader to hold a separate meeting at the earliest possible opportunity to discuss our outstanding appeals and how any further new applications that are submitted for any significant developments on land not allocated in the current plan for development are dealt with. It was with a heavy heart that I felt unable to support the recommendations currently written message before it full council tonight. The revised recommendation proposed, I believe, reflects a more pragmatic approach to the difficult situation now facing Waverley. There's a recognition and acceptance amongst virtually all, well, not all councillors, that the borough is required and has no option but to update its local plan. I would therefore urge all Waverley councillors to consider this matter very carefully and give their support to the proposed revised recommendation. Now, I do believe there's been some confusion over what was that revised recommendation. I'll just read it out. It is that having undertaken a review of LPP1 in accordance with Regulation 10A of the Town and Country Planning, Local Planning England, Regulations 2012 as amended, the Council resolves that LPP1 requires updating and instructs officers to explore all options, including updating the plan immediately to make it broadly compliant with the latest MPPF, noting that the housing numbers produced by the new standard method are a starting point only, followed by a more detailed update of LPP1 and LPP2 together to produce a single local plan at a later date. However, the existing local plan as a whole continues to provide an up-to-date statutory development plan for Waverley, which must remain the starting point for decisions on planning applications, which an update is brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beaman. So a reminder, councillors, we are speaking to the amendment. Councillor Coburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Beaman, for putting forward this amendment, but I don't honestly think it changes the reason that I would vote against the main proposition tonight. There's far too much wriggle room in there. This borough is, at the moment, is in dire straits. We know that. Planning is in a mess, and certain areas in particular are under huge threat. If you leave any questions, you know what happens to a vacuum. If you have a vacuum, it gets filled with anything. And what we have here still are no dates, no certainty, nothing that actually says that we are not going to do this scoping for 3 to 6 months. For goodness sake, what's that all about? We've done the review. We know whether or not it's compliant. And it's interesting that in the motion, it says to explore all options, update the plan to make it broadly compliant with the latest MPPF. Well, if you look at Annex 3, most of the policies are already broadly compliant with the MPPF. We've also got a new MPPF coming. So, you know, I really think we have got to take this amendment in the same way as we would take the main proposal, because I think we're just giving, if you like, the message out there that we're still going to dither, we're still going to have another 6 months of looking at what we might or might not do. We don't have to do that. And this is something that I like the word immediately, I think I saw there, including updating the plan immediately, because that was not part of the papers that came to ONS. The papers that came to ONS were all about a thorough revision of local plan part 1. And a review is not a revision. A review is to check whether or not your plan is in broad conformity. So I couldn't possibly support this amendment any more than I can support the main proposal until we get some dates in here. As far as I can see, the only thing that would save this borough from massive speculative development is to get a report into the March Council showing what a minimum update could actually be like. There are hundreds of examples up and down the country. We could defend our housing figure. We have got SPDs. So I really do think that this has got to be much more tightly worded if I'm going to support it. I'm not going to support anything that could possibly, in the slightest way, I'm afraid, affect neighbourhood plans. Obviously, Farnham's dear to me, but it also applies to all the neighbourhood plans. If we don't do an immediate review and follow that up, if you like, with an endorsement of our strategy as it stands at the moment, then we are going to put all the documents that depend on that strategy immediately out of date. And you may be able to say, well, it's the starting point, the development plan, but you've only got to read the Hawthorne's report and all the others that are going to come out to know that at appeal, the development plan may be the starting point, but it very quickly gets rubbish unless we have up-to-date plans. So I'm afraid, I think this is better, but it's still not detailed enough to give me the certainty that we're not going to go into 6 months of navel gazing the other side of the election, followed then by 3 years of update, because that is the worst, well, I should say revision, because I think this is a revision you're doing. If we really just wanted to update the bits that the officers found questionable, then really you could do it in an afternoon practically. Obviously, you've got to make reasons for it, and the reasons, you've got half the evidence or most of the evidence already in our documents. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I tend to agree. This amendment, while a vast improvement on the previous recommendation, still is too broad. When we say to explore all options, I mean, that's from here till the next, you know, it could be till the next set of elections, not the ones in May. We really need to remove the words to explore all options, because I was at the ONS committee where we saw the original papers that the officers had put to us, and they were absolutely determined to do a full root and branch review of LTP1, regardless of the time, regardless of the cost. I've also sat in Western Planning for the past 8 months, and it is absolutely heartbreaking to sit there. You go into the meetings, you've got dozens and dozens of people who've written to you about a development. You make the best possible case in the face of terrible opposition from your own officers, and then it goes to appeal and we lose. So this is not the time for exploring options. This is urgent. I think we need to instruct the officers to update the plan immediately and come back to us by the March council meeting with something which is broadly compliant with the latest MPPF, full stop. That's, I would remove all those words to make it absolutely clear that we want the update quickly and we want it as minimum as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 councillors from the executive, but I would like to call someone not on the executive first. Councillor Cossa, followed by Councillor Hyman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Can I first of all deal with a very trivial point, but it's important, I think, to get things right. In the amendment we have in front of us, the first word in the last line has actually been changed from while until which. I assume that's a typo, but there's no intention to actually change it. We should put it back to what it was. I'll leave those responsible for the amendment to have a look at that and let us know at the end. The point I wanted to make is this. Those who know me well enough know that I've always, since I became a member of this council, treated planning as a non-party political issue. I make my own mind up, I listen to the arguments, I read the materials, and I genuinely try to take the right decision. And I've been really concerned and bemused by all the stuff that I've read on this. I did look at the ONS papers, and as the last two councillors speak have said, they were about a substantial and review. And I just do not understand how, if we have no timescale set to this, we can realistically be expected to agree to this. Because I do listen to Councillor Townsend, because I respect her experience and views on planning, not because she's a member of my party, but I believe her to be hugely knowledgeable on this. And I've heard nothing yet to counter the concerns that she has expressed about the real danger that this borough will be in if we do not take the path that she is suggesting. This is not the right way. We have an indefinite postponement being proposed for this, and it could lead us in the most terrible problem. And some parts of our borough, I'm not surprised there's been a special meeting at Farnham, because my guess is they're probably more vulnerable than most. But we really have got to get this right. And I don't think this is the right way forward. I would like that identification of the things we need to change to come back in March, so we can get this done, get it right, and have what we need to have in place. I also just want to ask one other question, if I might. I'm sorry I can't find it now, but I'm sure I read in the paper somewhere that something like £850,000 was being set aside towards this work and these exercises. I don't know whether that's in 1 year, 4 years, but I'd like someone just to clarify for me, one, if I actually remembered it correctly, and two, if so, what actually the money is to be spent on. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
I've got two from the executive and two non. I think I'll call Councillor Townsend next, and then we'll have two not from the executive, and then I'll come back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I do appreciate that this is quite a complex subject, and I must stress what you are voting on tonight is not the scope or the timeline of the plan. It is just this council voting that local plan part 1 needs updating. So that is what you're doing. And if you don't vote for that tonight, and let's say it doesn't go through the council, what you are voting for there is delay. We have a statutory obligation to update local plan to review local plan part 1 within 5 years. And the evidence suggests an update. Now, I always said, and I said this at executive, the scope of that update, it has to be evidence-led. We just can't come up with reasons and go, well, actually, we don't reasonably like that number. We have to come up with evidence base, and we have to come up with the evidence base for constraints and capacity, because that hasn't been provided before. In the previous local plan, part 1, we didn't provide the constraints evidence. We took the number. Unlike Woking, who fought hard and got their number reduced down and then ended up with a much lower number than us. Like Reigate and Banstead, they fought their number. Other people have had reductions as well, like in the White Horse case, their actual standard method, the White Horse Vale, their standard method actually reduced their number. So therefore, we're in a very different place than these other places that have been put forward. Yes, you can pick reviews out, and I'd love to find one that was exactly the same position as we're in, but that isn't the case. We're in a really unenviable position. We haven't got a 5-year housing land supply at the moment. Farnham neighbourhood plan is over 2 years old. You know, we've got local plan part 2 just about to coming to be adopted, hopefully very soon. So we are in, you know, an unenviable position, but that isn't a position of our own making. That is a position that we have are forced into by government policy. And to be honest, you know, at the end of the day, when you look at our housing numbers, you know, we've got 590, but our actual housing number for housing formations for this particular borough is actually only 392. And the government create that number, the housing need. And as I think Councillor Beaman said, the extra bit is to try and bring down house prices because we're one of the most expensive boroughs outside London. So we have a number of formation of households at about 392. We had to have more put on that. And then when it comes to the standard method, we actually get 90%, 90% more put on that figure to bring down affordability. It isn't a good place to be in. That number is very difficult for us to imagine how we would be able to meet that number. And therefore, our evidence needs to be robust. Now, I have never reduced, you know, the terminology with PAS, it's a partial update or a full update, but there are obviously loads of points in between those 2 points. It isn't just a partial update and a full update. There are points between there. And apologies if that terminology, along with review and update, gets a bit mixed up. But we will look at every single way to make this work for our borough. And if that could be, you know, something that is a partial update with a fuller plan later on, and if that's what the evidence, and the officers will start looking at this straight away, immediately means as soon as practically possible. And they will look at this and then they will move on to see whether or not the other options will put us in a better place. And we have to look also, as you would expect, a little bit long term. We are not looking at delay. I do not want delay. I said in my opening speech, that would be wrong to delay. And apologies if anybody's got that impression. That is not what we are suggesting, but we are suggesting that we have to look at the options to find out what is best for this borough.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Hyman followed by Councillor Wilson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm afraid that although there are some worthy ideas within this, I can't agree with it because it evades the elephant in the room, which is the legal constraints, and we can't place policy above the law, as we know. I would like officers to confirm for us, please, that there is no such thing as a minimal, quick or partial update. It just doesn't exist. All updates need to go through a full process of appropriate assessment, sustainability assessment, housing needs assessment, policy review, consultation, revision of that, then submission and examination in public by an inspector, taking some 30 months. And we can't shave much off of that, but it could go on longer. So I'd like officers to confirm that, please. There is no such thing as a minimal update. So the basis of this, unfortunately, is a mistake. I have myself asked that the leadership simply confirm that the claim made in the 11th December legal opinion of Mr. Beglin, which has been relied upon, is incorrect, where he states that, paragraph 3, that the council does have convincing objective evidence that the Farnham Park SANG and the SAM strategy are effective, because obviously he is wrong. That the law says that, that the assessment may not have lacunae and must contain complete, precise and definitive findings and conclusions capable of removing all reasonable scientific doubt as to the effect of the proposed works on the protected site concerned. And obviously we know we don't have any such assessment, because it would have been put in front of us and I'd have been told to shut up. And you can't do that because we don't have that assessment. The honest answer, therefore, is obvious, but my question to this meeting was not allowed on administrative grounds. This is a great opportunity for members to be seen to be doing the right thing by applying the protection afforded to Waverley in law and preventing inspectors allowing any more of the coming rash of appeals. Like others who've made time to scrutinise the review of policies at Annex 3, I can only conclude, as Councillor Coburn has, that officers have not objectively demonstrated a need to update Local Plan Part 1. And to do so, we are inviting a greenfield development, inviting greenbelt changes, and inviting unmet need from other councils. We are inviting problems, and when we have the law on our side, we are not in an unenviable position, as the portfolio holder says. We have the protection of the highest level of planning law, and it covers the whole of the borough, because every part of the borough, except for a tiny strip of land to the east of Ellens Green and Newhurst Green, are within the 15-kilometre visitor catchment area from surveys, that is, of the Weldon Heath. So we are very lucky that if we apply the law, as Horsham are doing, and want to put their unmet need on us, so we don't really have a choice in this. We have to now start obeying the law, as the Habitats, as the People Over Wind ruling said. We must obey the law to protect our borough. We cannot carry out an update anytime soon. That's plain fact. Any update requires a compliant, appropriate assessment from the start of the process to evaluate the amount of residential development that can lawfully be granted. And therefore, if I can just finish, the law requires that, like Horsham, housing development in Waverley must be strictly limited according to the exceptions test of the Habitats Directive, and whatever objective scientific evidence Natural England are able to provide to support their mitigation strategy. So obeying the law does not stop all development. It puts all the power in our hands, and it solves every problem we've got. And there's no need for taking the risks that are up there. So I cannot agree with this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Wilson, followed by Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we do not pass this amendment, then we're procrastinating, because this is the start of the process, and we know we have to go through the process. So what is the answer? I've heard nothing from anybody else that states there is an alternative. We've got to review it, and to protect ourselves, we've got to start that review. And starting it now means the officers will start work and things will be done. Or what do? Do we wait and sit and look at each other and say, I wish we'd passed that, but nothing's happened? Now, I found the planning committee and the appeals system to be one of the most frustrating things to work on at this council, as I'm sure a lot of my colleagues agree. I listened to Councillor Hyman, and I totally agree with him. I don't think that the law is being applied on habitat regulations, but unfortunately, it seems that the planning inspectors, when they come to appeal, are not applying the same law. So what choice have we? If we apply something that they're not going to apply, then they will just override us, as they do many times. So I would be for this, because I think we've got to start somewhere, and we've got to start somewhere today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Gale, followed by Councillor Mirrlees, and then I'll probably call a member of the executive.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can see this is something we have to do, and we have to do it very quickly. Otherwise, it leaves us open to all sorts of things happening within our borough. I'm still unclear as to why we can't put a date on it. And I'm wondering if it should just say update the plan immediately, which would start the ball rolling, but I've no idea. I haven't been party to any of those conversations. I think if people vote against it tonight, I think they're not really taking care of our borough. One other thing, there is another typo in there, LLP2. It should be LPP2. Thank you.
Councillor Mirrlees.
Just to say very quickly, if you think we're protected now, we absolutely aren't. That's why Hawthorns went ahead. We are reliant often on the decision made by one man, usually, and that's what's happened there. So this idea that we can stay as we are and we're all protected is foolish. This has to be done. We have to get it going, and that's the only way forward. Thank you.
Councillor Follows.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to try and respond to a few of the points. ONS made the point regarding the original pre-exec view of the wording of this, and Councillor Townsend and I were present at that ONS, and we heard those points and accepted a number of changes pretty much straight away there and then. Councillor Coburn, I still think that a lot of the time you're looking almost for absolute certainty in a wholly uncertain universe where almost all the elements of that universe are completely outside of our control at the same time. And Councillor Hess, at the meeting we had in Farnham yesterday, described this as a horror film in which he had a bit part. And honestly, I think that probably applies to quite literally everybody in this room most of the time on this particular subject. The detail and the scoping comes next. We've been told this many, many times. ONS were told it too. Abby Lewis, the executive head of service for this area, was tasked by ONS, and that was confirmed by executive, of putting together the timescale of that scoping and bringing that back to ONS before it went any further. Now, obviously, we don't know that right now because the evidence has to be gathered to justify the level of the scoping that has to take place. So, Councillor Dixon, I appreciate you weren't able to attend the meeting yesterday, but nothing ever is being proposed by anybody regardless of the cost. I mean, if anybody thinks that there aren't other better things I could think of to spend £850,000 on at its maximum, I mean, I think I posited yesterday, I would quite like a Pan Waverley youth service, for example, which I'm sure I could spend that much money on quite comfortably. These aren't wonderful things that we all love. These are planning policies that we're subject to and have to deal with. And obviously £850,000 is the top end of that if everything had to be done, theoretically. And Councillor Costa, in sections 10.1.3 of the report, the costs, indicative costs are broken down. And in section 10.1.4, it is highlighted that for this particular budget cycle, it would be about £150,000 of that. Obviously, I really do hope that we don't have to spend all that much money, but I can't say anything other than that until we have the evidence to justify what level of update is required. Otherwise, it effectively is predetermination. And as we are talking about planning policy here, that is absolutely the correct word I think I should be using. So, Councillor Hyman, in terms of words like partial update and full update, I mean, obviously we can't see which one on that, which part of that spectrum, and it is a spectrum that we'll be doing until we have the evidence to justify a particular position. And we use those words because PAS used them. So we're trying where possible to use the appropriate rules and wording that is used. And I appreciate, like with all things with planning, it is always more complicated than it needs to be. Half of us probably need to be planning lawyers before we're elected these days to actually meaningfully take part in this debate. The wording here, again, expands the level of flexibility and just makes it very clear to everybody that all the options are absolutely on the table, subject to evidence justifying a position that we can legitimately take in the next steps. Now, I don't think anybody's going to be hanging around on this, but officers, if we were to say, oh, they need to get this done by March the 2nd, well, you know, I don't think that's possible because we don't know until they've done the next section of this how long things are going to take. So we do need to let officers go away now and look for the evidence to justify the next steps. And, you know, people voting against this is like with the budget. I mean, we've got a legal requirement to do some level of update. If you're voting no on the substantive on this, that means you have evidence right here, right now, to say that we don't need to do this. I haven't seen that presented. You know, I haven't seen that presented by anybody who's saying they're going to vote no on this. So from my point of view, none of this is perfect. It's planning. None of it ever is. And this wording, again, expands the level of options that are right there in front of us. So I do support this amendment. I do believe it helps. But ultimately, let's just remember that this is the planning system and it sucks. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that delightful Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Townsend has said many of the things I would have wanted to say. So I'll just want to focus on one thing, if I may. That is this 743 number, the government standard method. As Councillor Townsend has said, that's a fairly absurd figure. Waverley has never produced more than 600 odd houses in any one year. And now we've been told by the government standard method that we have to produce 743 each year. And that number is incidentally the main reason why we have to update the local plan, that we could get away with saying, as Councillor Coburn has said, many of our other development policies could stay the same, but the housing number policy can just not stay the same, because the government has actually said from the 20th of February this year the 5-year anniversary of LPP1 being initially adopted. 743 number is the number. That's the number that the government requires us to produce every year from now on, unless we've got evidence to support the fact that we can produce less. And we can't just turn around and say, well, our current number is 590, we'd like to stick with that, or perhaps we can do 600 or something. You just cannot do that. We have to produce evidence that if we want to do less than 743, we've got evidence to do it. And that is a significant amount of work to do that. And in the meantime, actually, you've got to remember many of our local policy plans go back to evidence that came from 2013 or even earlier. And they are out of date. We may be able to get around with sticking with them, but there's someone would probably like to update, actually, such as things to help with the council's climate change policy, and also one or two parochial things. The loss of the strategic gap between Farnham and Aldershot is not a good thing. We could relook at that. And there's other similar things. So this 743 number is the elephant in the room. We have to update the local plan because minimal update. We can do as restricted an update as we think we can get away with. But we have, if we're going, whatever new plan we produce has to come out with a number. And we either have to accept the 743 or we have to come up with a lower number that we can justify. That requires a fairly significant amount of work to do it. And we have to do that. We have absolutely no choice. We have absolutely no choice but to support this motion this evening. And then we can worry later about exactly what level of update we need to do. Work has to go into determining that. We cannot just say, this is our new plan. We're arbitrarily choosing this number. We will not get away with that. But every single appeal, the planning inspector will take us to the cleaners, as will the developers. We might even find ourselves in a judicial review if we're not careful, because if we ever got away with doing this in an arbitrary way, the developers, not just the local developers, the developers across the country wouldn't like it. And we might well find ourselves in legal problems of being judicially reviewed and what we decided to do if we haven't done it properly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have any other councillors not on the executive who wish to speak? Sorry, Councillor Foroszewski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree that this is extremely complicated and emotive, and I absolutely understand with real clarity the position of Councillor Carol Coburn, because we saw what happened to Cranley, we saw what happened to Farnham when we didn't have protection. And I want to try and simplify this, because I think there's just two issues here we need to look at, and I'm struggling to understand why we've been presented with so much detail, because in the one hand, all we're asking for is approval of a recommendation on regulation 10A, which, as we know, is a statutory requirement that we have no choice but to go through. My fears come when I start to hear some of the things in the debate about the delay and the jeopardising of local plan part 2, the jeopardising of neighbourhood plans, and the scoping. So I think it was, if we'd have come forward with a recommendation just to approve regulation 10A with a separate recommendation to say with immediate effect, we will be looking at the scoping, I think we would have understood the detail far better. So I'm torn because I can understand the confusion. And one of the reasons I really am torn is because I understand it and I get it. But if I'm looking at it from my local residents' point of view, in Cranley, there'll be fear based on what's written in this document tonight, that a repeat of what happened before will happen again. And we will then be looking at more houses going into Cranley, more houses going into Farnham, where the areas are unprotected. But nobody wants protection more than I do, because we saw what happened way back then. So I'll happily listen to what else has been said. But as I say, I don't know why we've confused the issue with putting two things together when we could have simplified it by putting them as separate issues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mulliner.
A quick question, really. I mean, I've been listening to this with extreme care, and I can see exactly where the pressures are. But if one looks at the advice that was circulated from Mr. Beglin, to me, paragraph 5 does represent an interesting challenge to us. It says a significant change to housing need, which we accept has been shown in the standard method, does not necessarily require a conclusion that local plan part 1 must be updated. The planning practice guidance points to other factors that can be taken into account in that regard. The question I have for Councillor Townsend, who's probably the best qualified person, apart from the officers, to answer, is it possible for the scoping work, which is what would happen now, to answer that question very quickly, whether we have other reasons why we do not need to update local plan part 1, simply because we have had to accept that the housing need number is 26% higher than our original number. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else not on the executive? Councillor Merriweather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we're caught between a rock and a hard place here, aren't we? Because we are trying to administer elements of a system that I don't think anybody seriously believes is fit for purpose. And here we are, discussing the process of how we get to an end result and the fears and the risks of that process. It's Webden and Badshot Lee, my ward, that has been just as badly affected as I think any other in the ward. And my concern is one that we act in haste and repent at leisure. And repentance in this case is a report that's based on opinion rather than fact, conjecture rather than evidence, and a report that doesn't survive the first engagement with an inspector or an expensive developer lawyer. So no one wants this to happen faster than I do, but I want an update, whether it's partial, however partial it is, the more partial the better as far as I'm concerned. I just want something that will stand up when it's put under pressure.
Okay, councillors, we are debating the amendment, and quite a lot of us are straying into the main motion. So what I intend to do is to terminate debate on the amendment, call the proposer of the amendment to sum up, and as is right, the proposer of the main motion then gets the right to speak last, and we will then take a vote on the amendment, which will become the substantive motion. And let us hope we don't repeat ourselves too much, but we will then deal with the substantive motion. So Councillor Beaman, would you like to sum up your feelings? And then I will ask the leader as the proposer of the main motion to sum up, and then we will move to a vote on the amendment only.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'd rather not be in this position, to be quite frank with you, but I think the amendment I put forward is to be a practical way and pragmatic way forward of dealing with the situation. And I fully, support the view that we need evidence, and this should be done as soon as practically as possible. And I should be pursuing that personally. That we're not going to dilly and dally on this. We are going to pursue it, but we can give no other commitment at this particular time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beaman. Councillor Follows, as proposer of the main motion, do you wish to say anything?
Only that I support the amendment, and I believe it helps in a situation where we could use all the help we could get.
Very well, then let us move to a vote. And councillors, let me remind you, we are voting on the amendment. Could I have those in favour of the amendment, please?
make that 32 in favour of the amendment.
Those against?
Against.
Any abstentions? The amendment is therefore carried and becomes the substantive motion, which is now open for debate. Do I have any speakers on what is now the substantive motion? Councillor Mulliner.
Just quickly invite Councillor Townsend to reply to the question I asked just before we close debate on the amendment.
Any other speakers before I call Councillor Townsend? Okay, Councillor Hyman, Councillor Coburn, and then I will call Councillor Townsend.
Can I suggest you allow Councillor Townsend, or can I ask that you allow Councillor Townsend just to respond to that before I speak?
Will it affect what you have to say?
I intend to offer an alternative motion, and therefore it'll get muddled up and lost in it.
Councillor Townsend, would you like to briefly answer that question?
Yes, sorry, thank you, Councillor Mulliner. As it said in the, sorry, I just had to open the legal advice to see the wording, that a significant change doesn't necessarily require a conclusion that the plan must be updated. The number is a significant number, and obviously there are concerns that should we not update the plan or provide evidence of constraints and capacity of the borough, that would be challenged and perhaps by developers or by inspectors. So I think that we have to weigh up the other risks. The number is significant. There have been other changes. If you look through the actual review, you will see there are other policies which the officers have flagged that also need updating as well as policies that broadly meet the NPPF. So with all of these decisions, it is a weighing up of the risks involved in whether or not an update is made or not made. And I'm sure, as I said before, Andrew is also Andrew Longley is also on the Zoom, and he may, with your indulgence, Mr. Mayor, may also like to perhaps add any further comments to that point. Thank you.
Councillor Munn, are you satisfied with the answer, or would you like officer backup?
I think given the degree of unhappiness that exists over this issue, it might be quite useful if Mr. Longley cared to add in his own thoughts. And my concern simply is that it's a shame that we can't get some guarantee to move to an early view, and I mean within a month or two, of what the officers think is likely to be the outcome. They're not committing themselves, but it's the uncertainty that we're in, which I think is causing most of the unhappiness. And anything we could do to reduce that uncertainty, I think would be a very useful thing.
Okay, Mr. Longley, the question was fairly clear that the report from Beglam tended to indicate that a change in housing number was not necessarily a trigger for an update. Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Yeah, the NPPF is clear that in reviewing the plan, we need to take into account the change in housing need, and the expectation is that where there is a significant difference, that's likely to indicate the need for an update. But as Mr. Beglin has said, there are a whole range of factors, and as members have discussed this evening, it is very complex. And in his view, it would be difficult, but not impossible, to make an argument that that the housing number, even being 26% different, it would be possible to make, or sorry, not impossible, to make an argument that that didn't require an update. However, he goes on, and that the basis of that advice, believe me, we've tested him, because we recognise the benefits if we could show that the plan didn't need updating. But having tested that thoroughly with Mr. Beglin, his advice that he's provided in his fairly succinct notes to you goes on in paragraph 6 to say that in his view, it's clear that the balance of plan and risk favours an early update. So it's really the planning view backed up by the legal view that the best course of action for the council is to crack on with an update. But clearly the detail of that needs to be resolved and brought back quickly, and we recognise the need for speed that all members have identified this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Longley. Councillor Mulliner, I won't ask if that satisfies you, but does it answer your question?
But if I could ask one more, as we have the benefit of Mr. Longley here. Mr. Beglin uses the term the balance of risk. Now, this is a question I've often asked of officers, to be clear. Do they mean it's just, 52-48? Does he mean 60-40, 80-20? Some precision about that would be extremely useful, because the phrase in itself is open to a very wide interpretation.
Mr. Longley, you're going to have fun tonight.
Oh, well, I think, as has been said, inspectors will make their minds up on these issues on a case-by-case basis. What I think Mr. Beglin is saying is that, in his view, the best approach and that will be viewed most favourably by inspectors is that they see an authority that is proactively looking to update its local plan to take into account changes in local housing need, and has a mechanism, if there is a requirement to bring forward additional housing supply, has a mechanism in place to do it, rather than just seeking to argue that no update is needed, which will clearly put the council at a greater risk that inspectors will argue that the plan itself is out of date.
Thank you very much. Is that okay?
I could see myself getting very unpopular with the meeting if the next 7 questions that could come from that were also asked. It's a difficult area, and I'm grateful to Mr. Longley for trying his best, but it's clear that judgment comes into all of this. It is not impossible that we could defend our position at any given planning appeal. What he meant by mechanisms for meeting the housing need, again, is a question I would love to have some more enlightenment on. The government wants us to build more houses, or to allow more houses to be built, I should say, as we never put one brick upon another. But I'm not sure much would be gained. But I just realise how very difficult it is, and why I can understand my colleagues' reluctance to simply basically fine go ahead with what could be an extremely lengthy update. But I suppose the thing that is still outstanding is to know whether our position is in any way weakened in terms of the existing development plan and the neighbourhood plans. And I think, to be fair, what I did here is that if the bill causes neighbourhood plans to have an extended life of 5 years, are we being told that that would be protected even if our update is grinding its way, taking not merely months and months, but years and years? I think that possibly is the point that might give some people comfort.
Councillor Townsend, do you or Mr. Longley wish to pick up that smouldering ember?
I'm sure if Andrew says it, that will add some weight and gravitas to the situation. So I will allow him. I did touch on this in my opening, but I'm quite happy for Andrew to obviously repeat that.
Okay, Andrew, we're putting you on the spot again, and then I hope to relieve you for a while.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we appreciate that this is an important issue, particularly as the government's planning reforms will potentially extend that protection to 5 years. So bringing it back in, certainly in Farnham's case, we specifically put that point to Mr. Beglin, who has confirmed my view that para 14 of the MPPF is not affected by the local plan being up to date. In fact, if you read that paragraph and the government's proposed changes and the background to those, it's very clear that the changes are that paragraph are explicitly to deal with situations where a local plan is not up to date. So I think it is very clear that that paragraph will be of benefit to those neighbourhood plans that identify housing sites to meet the housing need. And in this instance, the main one for the borough is the Farnham Neighbourhood Plan. So clearly, as a council and as town and parish councils, we will want to support those proposals to try and make sure that that one beneficial change is brought into being.
Thank you very much. I think that's probably as far as we can get on that one, Mr. Councillor Minor. You
Yes,
agree and
thank you.
agree? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Hyman.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have to stick with the facts. I mean, I think people are going off the point here that we have to obey the law. If our constitution requires it, the law requires we obey the law. The fact is that Annex 2 on page 227 of your papers, members, Natural England have at long last confirmed that in order to be legally compliant, we need to produce a Weald and Heath Spa strategy with neighbouring authorities. That would enable us to assess the in-combination impacts, which is required by the regulations, and it's a statutory duty. And of course, we can't do that. We've got to start doing it, but it will take probably years to achieve anything there. It is another fact that neighbouring authorities such as Horsham will be looking to dump their unmet need on us, because they are now applying the statutory people over wind and sweetman habitats constraints correctly to limit development, and we are not. How stupid are we? Well, we have to change our ways. That's what the National Planning Practice Guidance on the People Over Wind ruling tells us. We cannot carry out an update anytime soon. That is fact. Any update would require a compliant appropriate assessment from the start of the process to evaluate the amount of residential development that can lawfully be granted. In the circumstances, we know that like Horsham, we cannot carry out an AA. You could ask our Waverley representative on the Thames Basin and East Joint Strategic Partnership Board, Councillor Martin Darcy, who's been at the same meetings as I have, and he has asked, and they have made it clear that they do not and are not going to have the evidence we require anytime soon to support their salmon sang strategies. Why should we risk unbridled development by evading the legal constraints that protect us any longer? We need to show residents that we're not trying to continue to evade the law, even though it sounds like some of us are. So I do have an alternative recommendation, which I would like, or amendment, which I would like to put before members. I've printed out a load, probably not enough one each, but enough for, you don't seem to have the machine to be able to put them up on the screen, but I've got enough so that members can see one between two or something like that, if that's okay. So if I may move an alternative motion, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have a seconder?
If there's anybody who'd like to find out, thank you very much.
Would you like to read out your amendment, Councillor Hyman, and then we will see if you have a seconder?
Thank you. Yes, if I refer back to where we got the beginning of the, I'm trying to find it, the recommendation, where we.
Could you just read your amendment, please?
Yes, after, where it states in the recommendation, having undertaken a review, blah, blah, and starting from the council resolves, okay? My alternative is that the council resolves that LPP1 does not require updating, and that moreover, the council cannot reasonably expect to be able to commence an update because it is subject to overriding habitats constraints, whereby pending long-awaited evidence from Natural England of the extent to which their mitigation strategies are effective, it is not possible to conduct appropriate assessments of in-combination impacts of housing developments within the surveyed visitor catchment areas of the Thames Basin and Weald and Heath Spas, which cover the borough. I'm happy to distribute copies of that. It's just plain fact.
Is there anyone prepared to second that?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I believe the amendment to be unlawful.
Let's just see if anybody wants to second it before we. No? I'm afraid then, Councillor, for lack of a seconder, we cannot move further.
I'm quite interested in this because we are seeing.
Stop right there. The question is, do you want to second that motion?
Yes.
Yes or
Yes,
no?
yes, I will.
In which case,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. I believe it's unlawful because Regulation 10A, that the whole basis of this debate is based on, requires us to do an update. Evidence has been presented in the paper that justifies that, and as such, an amendment that nullifies the substantial motion in front of us is both unconstitutional and probably contrary to the very piece of legislation that's referred to at the top of the actual recommendation. I would request that be referred to the monitoring officer.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable request, councillor, but the law only requires us to review.
Indeed, and this amendment is structurally prohibiting any options on what that review entails, despite a report containing evidence to the contrary.
Monitoring officer, would you like to give us a view? Andrew, could we have your view first, please? Andrew, did you manage to hear that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I did hear that. I think as the leader has said, the requirement is for the council to review its plan within 5 years, which is obviously what you're doing this evening, and to update it as necessary. And if you choose not to update it, to provide the reasons for not updating it. So if you were to choose to adopt a recommendation not to update the plan, then we would need some pretty clear reasons to record for that course of action. That's my view on it.
Okay. Having heard that, monitoring officer, the question is that an illegal motion?
Mr. Chairman, could I possibly comment? I think there's a fairly obvious point. I mean, whether one approves or not, or agrees or not, Councillor Hyman has actually presented an extremely simple mechanism by which what Mr. Longley has just reminded us, we are required to review, and we've done that. We then move on to deciding whether an update is necessary. Many councils have said no, but they've had to give reasons for it. Now, whether you agree with his reasons or not, in fact, in terms of a nuclear option, which is not dissimilar to what's happened, I believe, down towards Kent, where water problems have led to a complete moratorium on all development, you can see the argument that if an appropriate assessment is an essential element and it can't be provided, that would be a novel, an imaginative, but possibly very effective means of not doing anything for the moment. So I think I understand it's good to see the leader being so concerned about legality. It's good news. But I think in this case, Councillor Hyman has actually put his finger on an interesting, let's say a novel means of actually providing a reason why no update is required at this time or can be carried out at this time.
Okay, I mean, at the moment, pending any strong advice from the monitoring officer, I am inclined to allow Councillor Hyman's motion to come before council, unless the monitoring officer advises me it is an illegal motion. Okay, my advice is that it appears to be a lawful amendment. And therefore, Councillor Hyman, once you have done your distribution, you may speak to your amendment. Councillor Hyman, would you like to introduce your amendment, please?
Thank you. Would members expect me to reread it, or can I sort of go through it loosely and explain, which is what I think is necessary? Thank you. Well, the point that LPP1 does not require updating, I know that Councillor Coburn and I and a number of other members have been through and not found justification for updating the plan. We can continue, in fact, we can give ourselves far better protection than the local plan currently affords us, because I think, as members know, I've said many, many times in this chamber, paragraph 182 of the MPPF switches off the engagement of the presumption in favour and the tilted balance in the National Planning Policy Framework, which, because we're not compliant with the law at the moment, we are in a position where inspectors can turn around and negate our policies. As soon as we admit the truth that we cannot conduct an appropriate assessment, which is this council has been unable to do for 15 years. It's just been the way that all of the authorities have acted. It was overturned in 2018 by the People over Wind ruling, but we called a moratorium, quite rightly, that Mr. Horwood called a moratorium in May 2018, but unfortunately, because Natural England weren't able to provide the necessary information, we just went back to evading the need for assessment and mitigation. Yet again, we can't just pretend that doing nothing to Farnham Park is effective as mitigation, and we can't pretend that we can mitigate the impact of developments around the Weldon Heath, which covers the whole of the rest of the borough, unless we have a strategy and evidence that the mitigation is effective. So that's going to take some time. We're not going to be able to do an update. It would be perverse for us to pretend that we can do it. And that's why I have to put this forward. As I say in here, this is simply a matter of fact. We need to stick to the truth. We need to stick to the facts, right? It does not require updating, right? We are required to carry out a review. We are not required to update it. And as we can't carry out an update anytime soon, it would be ridiculous for us to say that we can. So this is just being honest. It says, moreover, the council cannot reasonably expect to be able to commence an update because it's subject to overriding habitats constraints, which it is, and we all know that's true, whereby pending long-awaiting evidence from Natural England, as Councillor Darcy will confirm, we are still awaiting, and it's not going to turn up anytime soon, of the extent to which the mitigation strategies are effective. It is not possible to conduct appropriate assessments of in-combination impact of housing developments within the surveyed visitor catchment areas of the Thames Basin and Weldon Heath Spas. And you know we've got documents which I've brought up over as Dunsfold Park SPD and other documents that LPP2 have come forward, pointing out that our own documents quote the Borden Whitehill survey that shows that the visitor catchment area of the Weldon Heaths is 15 kilometres. We can't put in place, I mean, I know the developers liked having a 5-kilometre zone, but we can't put that in place if we're going with the evidence, and we have to be evidence-based, as our portfolio holder tells us. So it's very simple. This is the way, as Councillor Mulliner says, for us to be able to solve our problem, give us protection in law, prevent any, because as long as we are agreeing with developers in statements of common ground at appeals that we've got an appropriate assessment, when we haven't, as long as we allow our officers to continue saying that, we will lose all those appeals. The minute that we turn around and tell the truth and instruct our officers that they must admit to the planning inspectors and developers that we cannot conduct an appropriate assessment, because that's the truth, then we have the protection, which actually we've forsaken for many years and which has caused an enormous amount of damage to this borough. This is the answer. If we just keep doing what we've been doing for the past 10 years, we end up where we are, we know that. And this is not the place to be. We've got other boroughs, being honest, who want to dump their unmet need on us. We can't allow that. I'm asking members, please, there isn't a whip on this, just vote honestly today. We do not have an appropriate assessment. We require appropriate assessments. We can't do them. Let's just admit through this motion that we can't produce an AA. Let's show our residents on the webcast that actually we're a law-abiding council. The simple fact is we can't conduct an appropriate assessment yet, and that dictates that we have some sort of solution like this, and that this is a solution which protects the whole of the borough. And I'm happy to take any questions. You know, most of you know that I've been covering this for 15 years or more. I've been proven right by appeals and court cases. There are still a lot of people who won't accept the facts, but if the majority of people here want to be truthful and protect our borough and stand up for their constitution and for the law, please support my motion. Thank you.
Councillor Dixon, as seconder, you have the right to speak now or defer till later. What is your choice?
I'll just speak now.
Speak now.
Yes, thank you. So I think this is really interesting. And I was at the ONS committee a couple of weeks ago, and we were actually talking about local plan part 1 for quite a long time. And it was quite interesting because we went through all the responses, and there's quite a few other councils who are around us who want us to build some houses for them because they haven't got enough land. And one of the ones was Horsham. And I was really surprised to read that the reason why Horsham wants us to build, I think, 130 houses every year for them is because of this habitats legislation. And I thought, okay, hold on a sec. I've been sitting here in this chamber for 3.5, almost 4 years now. And every time habitats comes up, we're told that our lawyers have told us that there is no case for habitats and that Jerry is probably wrong. We've been told that 100 times, and they've said, and Natural England don't have any comments to make. And 12 or 24 times I've sat here with a planning application before me. We've listened to the argument about habitats. I've turned to the back of the planning application. I've looked for the comments from Natural England, excuse me, and they've said, no comments. We don't mind. Right out there with Surrey Waters, Surrey Transport. Don't worry, go ahead, build those houses. No comments. So I thought, okay, our lawyers must be right. And then when we look at this document, and I've spoken to Jerry a number of times over the years and said, explain this to me again. And he says, well, National England should comment and tell us about this, this protection that we have. And they shouldn't be saying no comment on all these planning applications. They should be saying, exactly as they have here, have you got the correct assessment? And here, if you look on 227, to my absolute astonishment, here it is. National England are telling us for the first time that we need this assessment. They're not saying no comment like they have done for years now. And also we've got our neighbours who are using this law to ask us to build houses on their behalf. So, okay, I'm not an expert. You know, I'm not an expert, but I think Jerry's right to ask us to look again, because maybe the legal advice we've had for the past 3 years, if one of our neighbours is using it successfully to ask us to build houses on their behalf, then surely we should look at it again. And clearly also the Natural England advice, which is on page 227, has changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Follows, followed by Councillor Coburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologise if at any point I sound incoherent through this. It's just trying to actually get ducks in a row and actually make the argument that I'm trying to make on a very complicated subject. My understanding of the status quo at the moment is that local plan part 1 went through a process with the planning inspectorate and was declared sound and valid and was adopted by this council. A similar process has been undertaken for local plan part 2, which has been declared sound and will soon hopefully be adopted by this council. That means that the planning inspectorate agree that whatever the current situation is now is something that they agree is sound and sensible and legal in terms of its planning validity. However much some of us may disagree with planning policy, we can conclude with certainty and factual reality that the planning inspectorate agrees that those plans were sound. So regardless of Councillor Hyman's assertions, the planning inspectorate considers that valid. Now, I mean, there's a wider issue that Natural England are given by about 50p to do a £1,000 job and don't really have the time to actually do any of the things that their statutory obligations actually really require them to do. So looking at what that actually means in reality, I believe, and I think this is where I'd need to ask officers to give an opinion, let's just say, Councillor Hyman, that you are correct, and that we need to move from a situation where the status quo that we have now, that is accepted and lawful and sound by the Planning Inspectorate, is no longer valid in law. Let's just accept that you are correct. Now, if you are correct and we need to make the changes that you're proposing, well, the sum total of those changes would, I believe, constitute an update, making, of course, what we're proposing here also still valid to move forward. It would actually affect the spatial strategy. It would impact the SPA strategy with Natural England. It is large enough that it itself would constitute the very update that we're actually talking about being necessary. And that's before we get to, I think, the serious points that actually proposing to not update this in the way that's being proposed. Actually, you'd be asking officers to go against their professional integrity in terms of writing a report that isn't what the evidence actually says in front of them. And you probably would open us up to a JR before we even gavelled out this session, frankly, by the time we were done. So from my point of view, even if we concede that you are correct, it would validate the original motion that an update is required, because if you are correct, it is substantial enough an issue that it requires an update. And at the moment, LPP1 and LPP2 in its draft form is considered sound and valid and sensible by the Planning Inspectorate. To move to a situation where something else is brought into the mix of the scale and nature that you are saying is an update. And I would refer members again to the various elements of the legal advice from Wayne Beglan that substantiate most of this. And I just think this is pretty reckless. I mean, we get an amendment that basically exposes us to really serious potential harm. You're asking us to vote against the advice of our officers in public on the matter of this update, while simultaneously proposing that the matter that you want to be reviewed is also not substantial enough to be an update in its own right. You're saying that those two things are actually compatible. And of course, that again still requires us to concede that every piece of legal advice we've had from multiple external counsel over the past more than 5 years is inaccurate. So again, I think this is a reckless amendment. Even if we concede you're right, it's a serious enough update, and therefore the original motion is entirely valid. Please do consider the impact this has on everywhere if you were to vote for this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cockburn, followed by Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm afraid I can't actually support the amendment as it stands, but I think Councillor Hyman's raised a very important issue, which is the fact that we don't defend our borough enough, given the constraints within the borough. So, you know, I think he has a point. And one thing that keeps coming up tonight is uncertainty of what we actually understand we are all supposed to be doing. And I still think we need a meeting to discuss beyond. I have no problem with supporting a review, no problem with what we're doing from that point of view, but I think there are too many unknowns that we have not discussed that we should be teasing out with legal advice in the room so that we can ask. Because as we saw earlier with Councillor Mulliner, one question tends to lead to another, And we do need to know that what we're suggesting is actually going to be legally compliant and of course, successful for the borough. So although I can't accept the motion as such, I think the issue when we're looking at doing what I would like to do, which, as you know, is a very minimal update, then I think you would have the constraints in the borough as a defence against really changing the strategy too much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Gale and then Councillor Townsend. Councillor Wilson first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I still support the motion put forward. And I think that this is something that could go into an update. I think the review could well contain that. My worry on the whole issue of habitat is that Natural England is resourced by the government, and they have continually withdrawn money from them to the point that they cannot do their jobs, as they have with an awful lot of the agencies that are supposed to protect us. So I would suggest that we vote for the original motion from Councillor Beeman, and that we look at this as part of the update to the Plan 1. It seems to me that that is where it sits, and it will give us time to get legal advice and to actually ask Natural England when, if ever, they're going to be able to protect our habitat. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have Councillor Gale, followed by Councillor Townsend.
No, I actually didn't put my hand up, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, is that?
Councillor Gale, go ahead. You didn't know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, over the years, we've had council's opinions on this Habitats Directive to, more than we've had hot dinners, and confirming that this council is acting legally. I think by supporting this amendment, we are tacitly accepting that we've been acting illegally. And as a lawyer, I'm not happy with that one bit. So I'll be voting against this amendment.
Okay, next let's go with Councillor Hegan, and then we'll see what my myopic eyesight finds next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was in the services ONS when I heard Councillor Hyman make the points he's making with this proposed alternative motion, and I did, to be honest, for the first time recognise that there was an evidential point to be followed through in the light of what Natural England are now saying. But I see that as only one part of the evidence gathering process. I mean, even in this opinion from Natural England, they raise 6 other points that are things that we need to be addressing more quickly. So I can't, with regret, support the alternative motion, but I have seen the light of a different way to use the issue as we go forward.
Thank you. I have Councillor Merriweather next. Yes.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. I don't want to add a great deal. I can't support this. I can't bet the farm on this kind of situation for all of the reasons everyone else has described.
Councillor Mulliner, followed by Councillor Darcy, and I am deliberately switching people around so that we have executive and non-executive rather than necessarily the order in which hands go up. And I'm sorry if some find it frustrating, but I think it's a fair way of doing business.
I think I can see a little strand of light here. And Councillor follows actually, without following it through, pointed the way. If you look at the document before us, you'll get there in the end. It's basically Annex 3, the local plan review. If you look at that, you will see that there are in the 4th column an indication of whether an update. They use the word review, which is unfortunate, but they really mean update. There are many of those suggestions which I don't think we would have any problem with updating. These are technical changes to policies, which we would want to bring in anyway. I think where the sensitivity is on, are we going to get many more houses built in our constrained borough? And I would have said perhaps the best way through is to put a major caveat on the currently amended motion, rather than this, but to take account of the point that is being made here. The one area where we would want to be certain that although we have a status quo which permits 590 a year, as confirmed by various council, that doesn't mean that a higher number would necessarily be bulletproof. And I think I can see room for 2 strands of work. The officers getting on with what I would call the technical updates, which don't affect housing numbers, which don't affect most developments. But as the officers have found, there have been changes in legislation and regulation and other policies, which we have to be in conformity with. But on this more sensitive issue, I don't think one should dismiss out of hand the fact, as we have seen moratoria in other parts of the country, that raising our housing requirement is something we should take a very urgent look at. And I think it might comfort some of those who are concerned about overdevelopment if that distinction was made clear. At the moment, it's either update or don't update. And no one's actually bothered to distinguish between what you might call not so much minor, but non-controversial updates and the ones which are controversial. So I can see a way of supporting the motion as currently amended, but with a very strong rider that the fact that Natural England are being so coy means that we are not being unreasonable, we're not betting the farm, if we say we want to be sure that any further increase in housing numbers is actually lawful. And that might be a compromise which comforts as many people as possible in this chamber. That we get on with the work of technical updating, which is unavoidable, but we also respect those who are very concerned about overdevelopment and take a careful look at the impact of Natural England not coming up with evidence, which, as Councillor Hyman has been saying for many years, they should do so. And the reasons may be lack of funding, but that doesn't actually affect the strength of the argument that they may have produced a valid reason, like absence of water in Mid-Surrey, why you can't build any more houses for the moment. So I offer that as a solution to the council, which means accepting the motion as currently amended by Councillor Beaman, and then asking for that distinction to be made very clear by the officers as they proceed in their work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that, those words and brilliant timing, Councillor Mulliner. I now have Councillor Darcy, followed by Councillor Beaman. I would remind everybody we are speaking to Councillor Hyman's amendment. After those two, I think I'd like to sum this one up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I wanted to say was that I thought we could probably take Councillor Hyman's motion and amend it so that it said, well, I was just suggesting, this is just what a way forward, because according to what Councillor Wilson said and Councillor Mulliner said, there seems to be some agreement that there is scope for including the concept of pending the long-awaited evidence, blah, 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 that element of it should be included in our update process or be covered by the update process. Because I have to say, I do agree with Councillor Hyman that Natural England have not produced evidence, and they have acknowledged that they have not produced evidence. So despite what legal advice might say, there is certainly, it's contestable, I would say, it's arguable that we cannot do an appropriate assessment. So I think that element should be covered by our update, sorry. And I would like that, I think we should specifically say that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm hearing quite a lot about the substantive motion and things that we could advise officers to look at in the substantive motion, which we can certainly talk about under the substantive motion. We are now talking about Councillor Hyman's motion, amendment, sorry. I have Councillor Beaman, and then I will ask Councillor Hyman to sum up and then ask the leader as the proposer of the main motion for his final summary before we vote on it. Councillor Beaman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Oh dear, I wish I could agree with Councillor Hyman. The only point I would like to make here is that Councillor Hyman has made these points at every appeal hearing, as I know of. And in each case, I am aware, as far as I'm aware, this has never been accepted as being legally binding. Thank you.
Councillor Hyman, would you like to sum up, please?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I think we do. Sorry.
I think it would be as well to hang on and let him go, and let's move on to the substantive motion. Councillor Hyman. Sorry, did you wish to speak again?
I just really wanted to clarify something, Mr. Mayor, because I rose to speak to Councillor Beeman's amendment and again to speak to Councillor Hyman's amendment. I don't remember actually rising to speak to the substantive.
We haven't got there yet.
But we will get a chance to
We
speak.
will get there.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine, Mr. Mayor.
I couldn't pass without hearing you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, Councillor Hyman, would you like to sum up your amendment?
Thank you very much. Well, yes, we've heard a lot of things which are based on an assumption that I've been wrong. Well, actually, back in 2006, our first attempt at a core strategy, I made representations, and the inspector, John Mattox, put in a supplementary question asking where is the Wansea evidence of the effectiveness of the mitigation, how can I be certain? And the council ended up having, on those grounds, having to withdraw the core strategy. I have contested the council many times on legal issues, and always I have been proven correct. I don't think there's a single issue where any lawyer has proven me incorrect, although there are, as people say, many times when they have taken a different view. The People Over Wind ruling in 2018 confirmed that the approach taken of evading assessment of mitigation, the effectiveness of mitigation, is not a lawful approach. It had been put into English law by Dilly Lane Hart judgment in 2008, and everyone had obviously accepted it because of the vested interests that developers have and the money they give to political parties. It is very difficult for anyone to admit that they've been breaking the law wrong for 15 years, for the past 15 years, but that is what the law tells us in the People Over Wind ruling.
Councillor Beeman, Councillor Hyman, could we stop the lawful stuff and could you concentrate on the justification of your amendment, please?
Well, thank you. Well, it is all about the law, which overrides policy. I mean, that is the whole point, that we have to act lawfully here today. And the law has been made absolutely clear. It's in the National Planning Practice Guidance, which says competent authorities must now assess the robustness of mitigation measures through an appropriate assessment. Must now means you've got to change your ways. And people don't want to change their ways. People don't want a limitation because it puts a limitation. It doesn't stop all development. It puts a limitation on development, and we become in charge, and the planning inspectorate and others cannot turn around and say that we can conduct an appropriate assessment when we can't. It's a fact that we can't, as Councillor Darcy has said. So, this is the solution. The external advice has been wrong since 2008. All the legal advice has been wrong. That's what People Over Wind tells you. That's what PINS Note 0518, which was circulated to the planning inspectorate, tells you. But understandably, there are an awful lot of developers who don't want the law to be complied with, and a lot of people, even in this chamber, who have been wrong for so long that they just can't admit it. And I understand that. We've got to be very kind to people who've made a mistake. Everyone came to this. Everybody inherited the mistake that was made by the Lib Dems and Conservatives when they put through our unlawful strategy back in 2006, 2007. Councillor Wilson said, suggested we put off obeying the law until another day. I'd like our lawyer, please, to just explain to people very simply, we have to obey the law. Regulation 9.5 says that of the Habitats Regulation says we must have regard to the directive in the conduct of all our functions. This is one of our functions. We have to act in accordance with the law tonight. We must have regard to the legal constraints, and that is what this motion does, which the other motions and the original motion do not. So that's why the law says we should be doing that. You should support this because it applies the law. The law is above policy. The leader thinks that perhaps our policy should be above the law, but it cannot be. We do not need to update because we are merely applying the law. We are not changing policy. Why would we want to put policy above the law? We can't. As I say, People Over Wind says external advice has all been wrong since 2008. Can our lawyers please tell us whether anything I've said is untrue? Can they confirm that we do require appropriate assessment? We haven't got and can't do it now, and that we are not allowed to ignore the law when making this decision tonight. It is in effect a planning decision. Councillor Goodrich has said council opinions have said I'm wrong. Well, they've proved, it has been proven that council has been wrong for 15 years. People Over Wind.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hammond. I think we've got there.
Thank you, Leader.
Leader, would you like to, as proposed of the original motion, sum up briefly if you could?
I will try to, Mr. Mayor. I mean, even in the areas of which I am technically qualified, I don't, when applying it to a local government capability, put those qualifications above our officers or above legal outside counsel. And the reason I do that is because I think there needs to be, as an elected member, a healthy respect for professional advice and from the advice of our officers. That doesn't mean that we accept it without question. It doesn't mean that we don't think about it, but it does mean that we have to accept that these people are qualified to give an opinion that we are not qualified to give. I sat and watched your presentation to the local plan part 2 inquiry, which had many similar themes to this, and a planning inspectorate demolished every single element of it and threw it out, as Councillor Beaman alluded to more politely than I did. I think in the case of this, I still make the point that even if you are correct in your assumptions that there is a requirement to undertake what you have described needs to be done in regards to habitats, that the scale of that would in itself constitute an update requirement. And in doing so in the way that you have proposed would also expose us to an immense quantity of risk, probably to the point of judicial review in very short order, and would in fact, using Wayne Beglin's words of the balance of risk, massively put the imbalance that back towards serious issues for this borough. So I again move the original motion as amended by Councillors Beaman and Townsend. And
you're not moving an original motion.
No, my apologies.
You're speaking to the
I'm
amendment.
speaking to the amendment, and I just think that we need to remember what this is, which is to agree a particular legal process. I really do want to also agree with Councillor Darcy, but I still think even that ends up being predetermining the type of update that is being looked at. That is the next step. This is merely just to agree with our officers' evidence that some level of update is required. Every other point that has been spoken is the next step, the scoping. Now, I know officers are going to crack on with that and they're going to give you the timetable of what that looks like. But to sit there and try and do that now, I mean, actually, if you ask them to do it right now, that would be unlawful because we haven't enabled them to do it yet. So this is a very simple binary motion. So the amendment is, I think, a serious threat, frankly, and we should look at our advice and take it very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We will now vote on the amendment from Councillor Hyman.
May I ask for a recorded vote? Would I have any supporters for a recorded vote on this, please, for the benefit of
Okay, I've heard
residents?
what you say. Do you have 5 people standing? Nope. We will go ahead with the vote then, please. Those in favour of the amendment proposed by Councillor Hyman, please show. Those in favour of your amendment, Jerry?
One. That's one.
Okay, those against?
$39.
Abstentions?
$5.
The amendment is therefore lost. It is now almost 9:45, and I have to put to council 3 alternatives. 1, we may adjourn the debate. 2, we may carry on till 10:30. 3, we may carry on until the business is finished. I think we're so near the end that I would recommend we carry on until the business is finished. Would that be agreeable to council? Thank you very much. We are now back to the substantive motion, and Councillor Coburn, would you like to go first, or Councillor, I'll get that right in a minute. Councillor Marliner, go ahead.
Thank you. In the spirit of wishing to get home, I would like to propose another amendment. If you get, can we see on the screen Councillor Beaman's amendment, the one which we've actually accepted, so we can see what the substantive motion is? Is that possible? If not, I'll read out very, very slowly the words I propose. You've got the words in brackets after NPPF, noting that the housing numbers produced by the new standard method are a starting point only. I then suggest adding, and taking particular account of any habitats regulations constraints on an increase in housing numbers. I put that forward in an effort to try and meet as many concerns as we have.
Do you have a seconder?
Yes,
Councillor Darcy. Would you like to speak to your amendment? Sorry.
Okay, well, shall I read it out? If you take the cursor to just beyond the bracket only, come down, start to follow, right. And taking particular account of any uppercase H habitats, uppercase R regulations, constraints on an increase in housing numbers, probably with a comma there.
Excuse me, when, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That is what I propose.
Do you wish to speak to your amendment?
Well, I've said what I really wanted to. I am conscious that we've been going slightly around in circles. I think we have been confused by the words review and update, and perhaps not appreciating that an update is actually a very multifaceted thing, and some updates would not cause anyone the least concern. But there is huge sensitivity over housing numbers, and to give Councillor Hyman his due, he is often, shall we say, not given all the respect he might think he deserves, but he's raised a valid point. And I take Councillor Foller's point, and I disagree with Councillor Hyman on one point. We have received plenty of legal advice that what we have done to date is lawful, and I don't agree with your assertion that it's not. However, changing numbers just change things, and increasing numbers means increasing strain on the environment. So this point becomes far less silly, and it's something which I think will give people, if it is researched, and if we can find out from Natural England what they hope to do, could give us something which we didn't think we had for an increase in numbers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Darcy, as a seconder, do you wish to speak now, or do you wish to reserve your position?
I reserve my position.
Thank you. Councillor Follows?
Merely just to comment that I didn't actually say we were acting unlawfully. I actually believe we have been acting lawfully. I merely said that if we were to assume Jerry was correct and concede that for a moment, I didn't say that I actually did. Just in commenting on the actual proposed new amendment in front of us, I mean, I obviously have no particular objection to this particular element being particularly looked at, but then again, why is this particular element more important than the other 5,000 things that go into the update process? I mean, other than the fact that it might make people slightly more comfortable to have it in black and white. So if we're conceding here that this adds absolutely no value whatsoever other than making people feel more comfortable about something, because we would have done it anyway, because our officers take a comprehensive approach to the items that are required in an update. Well, they would have done, sorry, apologies. They would have looked at this because it's the habitats regulations, which is a thing that they would have to look at in terms of planning policy and how it applies. So all I'm saying is we are obviously taking the point to specifically highlight one particular regulation. And I'm merely saying that the only value that has is to make people feel slightly more comfortable right now. And if that's what it takes to get it through, fine, fair enough, let's go for it. But ultimately, it's one of thousands of pieces of regulation and legislation that come into the mix of the actual process. And this is a binary choice based on the evidence to do the update or not. And that's all we're here for, remember. So totally fine with this if it gets it done, but let's just remember that this is just one of many.
Thank you. I have Councillor Coburn followed by Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no problem with putting any words into this, but you know, I still want to get on and talk about the substantive because this doesn't remove my fears. I mean, yes, we'll take this into account along with everything else. And I certainly have no problem leaving it there. But my basic points remain when I spoke to the amendment, and I shall speak again if I get a chance. Let me speak to the the full substantive proposition.
I have Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Reid, followed by Councillor Cossa, and then I hope to vote on the amendment so that Councillor Coburn can at last speak to the substantive motion, which we're all looking forward to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are voting tonight on whether or not we have carried out a review and we are going to agree that the local plan part 1 needs updating. The rest of the detail will be within the update process. And of course, as part of that update process, we would have due regard to the sustainability appraisal, habitats regulations, every single regulation. To add this here specifically now is not only unnecessary, but it's also adding in a degree of almost predetermination here with regard to the increase in housing numbers. We need to be able to provide the evidence of the constraints. That is one of the points, and I've said that I don't know how many times. One of the points of the update is to introduce the elements of the constraints. And of course, we would look at all of the relevant regulations surrounding a local plan update. To put it in here, it is really like adding a flag for everybody or giving ourselves a stick to beat ourselves with. It is unnecessary. It's just drawing attention to a particular point as if the other points within the local plan update don't matter. And as Councillor Follows said, we could add in a whole load of list of all the relevant regulations that we need to take account of. So I really think that it's unnecessarily complicating things, and it isn't necessary because, of course, the point of Natural England that they've made their comments here about if we do an update, can we consider these things? With Horsham that has been bandied about, Natural England made a direction there. They issued a legal direction which put a stop on the housing for nutrient neutrality in the water. It wasn't Horsham District Council that just went, oh, I don't really like this very much. I'm going to do something else. It was a direction from Natural England. That isn't what we have here. We haven't had a direction saying, yay, you've got constraints. It is an unnecessary to put it in here, and I would not vote for it because all we are doing tonight is voting for whether or not this council has carried out a review and needs to do an update of the plan. The rest of the scope, regulations aside, needs to be followed in a proper process. Thank you.
I have Councillor Reid, followed by Councillor Cossa, and then I will sum up this one, please.
Thank you. I don't often stand up, and so it's a privilege this evening. I've listened to what everyone has said in this chamber. Now, I agree with some people, I disagree with others. I support, protecting habitats. I know what plans are, and every plan that is made by every body, meaning every legal body, has to come to a state when it's reviewed. So why are we arguing about, we don't need to review it? Everything has to be reviewed. And I think now that we've got to the nitty-gritty of it, we just need to look at it, not in great depth. And the business that we've been just discussing about Natural England are one of the consultees in the appendix. Of course, that has weight, but it doesn't mean that we have to decide on that now. I agree with Councillor Townsend, and I agree with Councillor Follows. I agree with a lot of things that Councillor Coburn has said and Councillor Mulliner. But we do need to be realistic about this. Let's just vote on the simple decision. Do we or do we not review? And I think we should. and as simply as possible, and let the officers do it as quickly as possible. And I think we'd all support that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Cossa, and then Councillor Baker, who hasn't said anything this evening, indicated she might wish to speak. So I will let her sneak in before we sum up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think one of the difficulties I've had and during the debate this evening is the lack of real understanding and certainty about just what it is we're actually going to be reviewing. I mean, how long is the list? How long is it going to take? And that's quite important, you know, I think, to understand. And this amendment, I think, couldn't disagree more with Councillor Townsend that somehow, if we agree this amendment, it's about predetermination. I mean, don't get confused by planning applications. There's a very specific meaning for that. We're councillors. We are asking our officers to look at this for us. And I think in doing so, quite contrary to what Councillor Townsend said, it would actually be irresponsible if we didn't take account of the issues that have been raised by Councillor Hyman and others and said specifically to our officers, this is something we would like you to look at. That is our responsibility. It's got nothing to do with predetermination. Perhaps you would prefer that perhaps her and the executive will just decide what gets looked at. Well, we have a voice as well, and I think we should agree. No, but you're trying to stop it happening, Councillor Townsend. I think you're trying to stop it happening. If you let me finish. I think there's an attempt to stop that happening. It's been raised, and as a council, I think we have an obligation to agree the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have been quite quiet. Can I just apologise for being late? Seems a bit off the topic, but I had an urgent medical appointment to attend. Dealing with this proposed amendment, I was just reflecting on the propriety of what is being proposed here. It seems to me that fundamentally it is a negative amendment which actually announces that the LPP 1 does not require updating. And I think that the overwhelming view in this chamber is that it does need to be updated, and it must be updated, and that we cannot avoid it, because if we do, we will end up in a horrible situation vis-a-vis the government. And I'd also, reflecting on past events, I think that this very important step that we need to take really for the preservation of the whole of Waverley is no place to fight councillors' old battles and concerns. So I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Forashevsky, you were indicating for something.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to speak to the amendment. As I say, there was a much easier way of doing this. We've really complicated it. I don't think there's any harm in what Councillor Mulliner has proposed in addition to the amendment. It's a reasonable compromise. It's late. We need this. It's already been Councillor Coburn, who's been an advocate for demonstrating her passion for this, and rightly so, has said, you know, it will alleviate some of the concerns. So I would support the amendment just so as we can get to the substantive debate, get it over and done with, and actually make a decision. So please, if we can go forward, I think that would be helpful to everyone.
Thank you. My Christmas spirit obviously carried on a bit because I let you sneak in. Councillor Darcy, as the seconder, you have a right to speak. Do you wish to exercise that right?
Yeah, I just have a quick thing to say, which is that this motion is, as I understand it, is for the purposes of this council. And therefore, there is clearly some concern among us over the issue of mitigation and habitats. So including these words reflects this concern. And it's not that we don't trust the officers to look at all the issues. It is to acknowledge the concerns that have been raised in this meeting and make them transparent. That's all it's about. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Mulliner, as the proposer of the amendment, you have the right to speak, followed by Councillor Follows, the proposer of the main event.
Now, just to thank Councillor Darcy for putting it extremely well. I didn't understand some of the criticisms of those words. They're not predetermining anything. They're not doing anything except, as you rightly say, is drawing attention to something which this council meeting has been talking about and clearly shares some of those concerns about habitats. Thank you.
Leader, do you wish to make some final comments before we vote?
My only concern is that there would be, this would give an inference of slightly higher weight on the SPA matters. And, you know, we're taking account of all of these things anyway. But from my point of view, yeah, I mean, the numbers go down, we're still going to need to look at habitats. I think we're going to have to do that anyway. It's part of planning regulation we're going to have a look at. I mean, singly articulating one element. From my point of view, though, I mean, I'm going to, just for everybody's awareness, I'm going to abstain on this because, honestly, I don't think it adds anything. I'm not particularly worried that it detracts either. But ultimately, we will be looking at all of these policies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. We will now put it to the vote. Could I have those in favour of Councillor Mulliner's amendment, please?
(25).
Those against?
(11).
Abstentions?
That's 10 abstentions.
If I heard your numbers correctly, that amendment is carried and now becomes the substantive motion. Councillor Coburn, would you like to speak at last?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies for lateness, but I came down from Scotland to speak to this. I feel so passionately about it. Just a note from what Andrew was saying about the paragraph 14, which is coming in, the amendments for neighbourhood planning. It is contradictory. On one hand, it says, yes, you will get that relief from 2 to 5 years. On the other hand, it says very clearly, providing you have an updated housing figure. And this is my big concern with all of this. Also, we've been accused of seeking a delay. That's the last thing I want. I actually want this council to make a decision. I remember at the ONS that we were told that the scoping was going to go into May or June. I mean, we're talking, I'm sorry, it's no good shaking your head. This is what we were told when we asked specifically how long the scoping would take. We were told it would go into May or June, and then we would be able to start the 3 years, if necessary, of update. And that is, to me, so disastrous for the borough that I really can't support the recommendation, even with the improvements. We've done the review. If you've read all the documents, you'll see what's come out of the review, because the officers have made very detailed notes about it. And if you read Annex 3 as well as as clearly as often as I have, then you will notice that basically our local plan part 1 is basically compliant with the NPPF. There is no issue. As Councillor Mulliner says, the only issue comes when you get into housing numbers. So if it's broadly compliant, we don't need to update anything. Might be nice to add something else, but we don't need to do it. We don't need to do anything to our plan other than update something that is not policy compliant. So basically a review does not have to end up as modifications. It is perfectly possible for this council, and by this council I mean us lot, I mean the people that have been sitting around in this chamber almost for 4 years now. Why are we batting something as important as this 6 months down the line for a brand new council to pick up? I really don't understand why we're trying to do this. We, yes, have to have good reasons if we decide that we do want to do a minimum update possible. And we have to provide reasons as other boroughs have done. I think somebody mentioned earlier on, at the moment, our current target for housing is 842, and that is just to deliver the strategy that's in Local Plan Part 1. We can defend that because our delivery is actually improving. Local Plan Part 2 should actually help us too to deliver more quickly. We've got SPDs, which we can say add to our strategy, because of course they do. Affordable housing, climate change and sustainability, and of course Dunsfold Park. We've got constraints, I wrote that down on the train before we added it, and we've got all the changes that are coming into the MPPF. Is this the right time not to do a minimum update? That's really my question. And what I would like to do is
Leader, are you talking about a point of order, or are you just getting agitated?
I actually am, because I've managed to not raise this point of order so that members could raise the issues as we went. Members are continuing to talk about an item that is not on the agenda, which is the scoping. This is a binary yes or no as to accept a particular direction as indicated by the evidence by officers. We are continuing to debate an item that is not on the agenda, Mr. Mayor, and I have waited to call a point of order because I didn't want to constrain that debate, but we are talking about something not on the agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I hear what you say, but I will allow Councillor Coburn to continue.
Constitution provides specific. If someone wants to raise a point of order, they have to address which point it is. Councillor Follows regularly gets up and does not raise a point of order. He raises a point of view.
Whilst you may have some veracity in your statement, Councillor Cossa, you actually defeated your own argument by not actually laying down that particular point of order.
But it was the only way I could be heard.
Let's call that juice, shall we, and allow Councillor Coburn to continue.
I sincerely hope I get extra time.
Yes, yes.
Don't worry, I will treat Councillor Coburn with the utmost courtesy, fairness, and even a little discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't see how you can possibly discuss an update without discussing the scoping, because that is my problem. The timeline that we're supposed to be looking at for this. We've had the review. People keep saying we must review. We've had it. We've done it. We've got the information. What I'm saying is make a decision. I would like to see, as I've said before, I would like to see a brief review with arguments made, put in front of us. We may disagree with it and vote it out, but I would like to see us give it a try, because I think that's the only way we're actually going to be able to protect our borough. In a few days' time, with luck, we'll have the Local Plan Part 2 report, and for the first time in 5 years, we'll actually have a complete and utter local plan, a full local plan. And remember that Local Plan Part 2 and neighbourhood plans are designed to deliver our strategy in Local Plan Part 1. So if we tear up that strategy, and I know people don't like my emotive language, but we essentially tear up the dependent documents, because they can't deliver the strategy if the strategy is radically changed. So we are going to send neighbourhood plans back to the drawing board. I'm sorry, we are. I feel for the borough very much. I feel for the whole of the borough, because I think this is a borough-wide issue. I'm not standing up here just pretending that it affects the whole, but it does, because the whole of this borough needs up-to-date plans. But actually, at this particular moment, I am going to be parochial, because I do fear more for Farnham at the moment than I do for any other part of the borough. The assertion that we hear over and over again that the development plan, it will remain the starting point for decision making. Well, of course it will. It always does. That's what it's for. It's not where it starts, it's where it ends up, which is the reason we lose our appeals, because appellants will argue quite successfully if we have a long period of scoping followed by an even longer period of revision, that all the policies in local plan part 2, in neighbourhood plans, will all carry reduced weight. If you vote for this course of action, and I really do think we're not just being asked to vote just for an update, we are being asked to put in a lengthy process. And that's what I think will, it would destroy the chance we have of getting some stability into our planning system, which at the moment is not stable at all. So I go back to what I said before. I'm sorry if I'm slightly overrunning. If we agree a minimal update, that's what I would like to do before the end of March, before the end of April. But us, have a look at the papers. I don't want, and this is what I think this recommendation is asking us to do, kick it into the long grass, leave it with the officers. They'll do what they have to do for 6 months. Then the totally new council will pick it up, and goodness knows what state the borough will be in by then. So I'm sorry, I will never stand up in this council chamber and vote for anything that damages the Farnham neighbourhood plan. And this long delay in updating the housing numbers will do just that. We should do it now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Follows.
Sorry. What long delay is stated in the papers? What long delay is articulated by a scope that doesn't exist yet? The point that I was making with my point of order was that you're speculating on something that A, has to be written in evidence with an evidence base, and B, is not articulated in the papers. So we can't speculate on any of these things because they're not there. So really, this is again a binary question.
Councillor Coburn, is this going to be a point of order, and are you going to be in tune with Mr. Cossa and tell me which rule is being broken?
Do you know, I've no idea at this time of day what it is, Mr. Mayor, but all I will say is we asked the question at the ONS committee, how long will the scoping process be? And the officer replied, it will be into May or June. That is why I quoted. And if you want to watch the tape, it'll be on the tape for the ONS.
Councillor Follows, continue.
Thank you. And just to be clear, 14.13 merely articulates what a point of order is. It's a bit meta to have a point of order on a point of order, but but just to be clear. Again, this is to make a decision on what we're going to. This is not the decision on the scoping. I mean, I don't know how many ways I can say that in any different. I mean, really, I'm starting to lose the plot myself at 12:10. This is not to look at a particular scope because there's nothing here. Yeah. So we're going round and round and round in circles discussing something that is not on the agenda again. I think that's probably about an hour and a half of this debate has been discussing that. So can I mean, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure how many other speakers you have registered, but I would motion to call the question at the end of your current speakers list.
We have Councillor MacLeod followed by Councillor Townsend, I think, and I'm not sure we have any other hands at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'll say I do understand Councillor Coburn's passion for the neighbourhood plan and what she's trying to achieve, but I don't actually think what she's trying to achieve is achievable. She said two things I'd like to question. She said, first of all, that we have to have a new number in order to gain the benefits. So the question is, how do we get a new number? We can only get a new number by doing an update of the local plan. She then referred later to a minimal update. But a minimal update, as Councillor Hyman said actually earlier on, any update is an update that's got to go through the full procedure. We can't get to a new minimal updated plan by the end of March or whatever, without going through the process of public consultation, without going through the process of examination and public by an inspector. It's not possible for a council to arbitrarily decide on the new local plan or the new number unilaterally without getting it agreed by the planning inspector. I've seen the correspondence between Andrew Longsley and Councillor Coburn, in which he made it absolutely clear that the planning inspector would give, I think he said, minimal weight to any new number that the council arbitrarily decided for themselves. I mean, in my opinion, they would give it no weight whatsoever. But Andrew Longsley is more of an expert than I am, so I'll accept his term of minimal weight. So I understand what Councillor Coburn's trying to achieve, and I sympathise with her objectives, but I don't think what she's saying is achievable. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too really appreciate Carol's, protection of Farnham, and Cranley is also hugely at risk and is as at risk as Farnham, to be fair. And the housing numbers are the core of the plan. And within those housing numbers, I agree, we need to establish our constraints, which would involve probably, I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but a sustainability appraisal. We've agreed that we need to do habitats regulations. We need to do this work. Whether the officer said May, June, that isn't enshrined in any report. That was a comment. The timeline hasn't been established yet, and none of my officers have said that date to me at all. So, let's not cling on to something just because we want it to be true. It may have been said, but it isn't something that has been at all looked through or anything like that. The advice is that the neighbourhood plans will be protected during the update process. But the real risk to this borough is not having a 5-year housing land supply. That is where we stand at the moment. The real risk is that developers are failing to deliver the housing that we need. The real risk is the current economic climate. The fact that developers have supply chain issues, the fact they can't get contractors, the fact that we've got a cost of living crisis, the fact that this week there has been predicted a huge collapse in house prices that could be forthcoming. Those are the real risks. Those are the genuine risks to our housing delivery. The point of doing, and I passionately believe that the point of doing, agreeing by this council, the review and to go forward to an update. And that update will be to ensure that we have the maximum protection, but it has to be evidence-based. We can't just say that we've got constraints. We can't just give reasons. We have to provide that evidence. And if we're playing around with the numbers on our plan, then the evidence base must be there. And I cannot hand on heart tell you that that's going to take 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks at this moment in time, because I do not know that information. And that will be the next tranche of works that officers will immediately start once they have the actual approval from this council to legally carry out that work. We can't do it until now because we didn't have the approval. And I would just say, we are not saying this is going to be any set process at this time. I'm not saying it's going to be, 4 weeks, 10 weeks. I want officers to come forward with that next report, which will go to ONS when we know that. And then this can all be debated there as well. There is no shred of evidence or reasoning that we want to delay this process. We do not. We just want to do the very best for this borough, including the Farnham neighbourhood plan, including Cranley, Godalming, Hazelmere, everywhere. So I just would urge you to please just agree that we need to do an update and then move to that next stage and have trust in our officers who really, really, want to do what is best for the borough as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Dixon and anyone else? Okay, Councillor Dixon, and then I will call on the leader to sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree completely with Liz Townsend that we have got to do the review and we've got to do, and the scope has got to be agreed. What was totally unacceptable at the ONS and was acceptable in the very first thing that's in our original papers was when you said bigger or smaller. And it seems to me that we've spent 3.5 hours talking and Liz Townsend still saying it could be 4 weeks, it could be 10 weeks. I'm going to ask the officers, no, we need this to go through fast because there are 600, I think, houses at Appeal in Farnham that will be built. And my colleague Andy McLeod earlier on said we're going to review the strategic gap between Aldershot and Farnham. Well, update is going to be gone. It'll be concreted over by the time you get round to reviewing it, because there's so many appeals in that particular geography. It is, I don't think, and we're happy, I will probably agree with this, but I really don't think that the officers or members of the executive have understood the urgency. And when you've sat through Western planning meeting after Western planning meeting, like we have for the past 8 months, and had planning officers give us development after development, which is outside the Farnham neighbourhood plan, and then told us that we have to accept it because there's a tilted balance, it is very difficult. And then we saw the ONS report where they wanted to do absolutely maximum review. We know we're asking the executive to use their charisma and their power to push this through as fast as possible, It really do. Honestly, you know, it's really, really, really important to the people of Farnham. And also, if you come up with a new number, we'll have to find another, I think it's £1 million we have to find to rewrite the Farnham neighbourhood plan to come up with that number. So you're putting a lot of costs on us and a lot of risks. Thank you.
Leader, I invite you to use your charisma and your power and to sum up this
see what
debate.
see what I got left this late in the day. Right. Councillor Dixon, I mean, Councillor Townsend is a councillor that represents Cranley. So the idea that she doesn't understand the impacts of planning policy on an area is frankly ludicrous. Of course she does. Cranley and the east of Waverley has been absolutely battered by planning policy. So of course she gets it. But we also understand, all of us here, the impact across the borough this has. The reason that she won't give you 2 weeks, 4 weeks, a month is that because despite probably that making her life a great deal easier just to concede that, she knows that there's a process and she knows that she has to do this based on evidence, and she's not going to sit there and relent just because it will give her an easier time. It doesn't make anybody's life easier to just disregard all of those rules and processes. That is the reality set by the government and by government policy. So she is merely doing the responsible thing, which is telling you what the process is. And at ONS, when officers told everybody who's a member of ONS and many others who watched it, that what the process is and its next steps, the next thing that's happening is the scoping document and the timeline is coming to ONS, where you will actually be able to have a more informed version of this very same debate, because you will actually have something to look at. So don't get me wrong, I would love to say, get this done, officers, next week, other than the fact that you've probably got to get LPP2 over the line, which I would concede is probably at least as important right now for many of the reasons that have been articulated. But there is a process that has to be followed. There are equally, as Waverley has seen time and time again over the last decade, extreme risks of not following that process, and extreme risks of saying, we want to do this or that without the evidence to back that point up. So I completely get your fear. I completely get your worry. Councillor Townsend definitely does. Certainly all the Cranley members here get it. I imagine all the Farnham members here get it too. And maybe write to the MP again, because yes, Farnham might incur some cost in the neighbourhood plan if it's rewritten. I imagine that's going to be the same for Godalming. Cranley, you're going to probably have to do a bunch of stuff with yours. Again, Liz is on the neighbourhood plan steering group for Cranley, aren't you? So I know you understand that. So we need to follow a process. The process is rubbish. It's not set by us. And we have to get the evidence to do that. And the exec will work to make sure that it is done as legally process compliant and as reasonably managing the risk as we can physically get away with. But it is very difficult to be told to do something that we know is illegal or against process. And Liz has been exactly right and proper in not promising you something that we can't do. So members, I commend this amended motion to you, to allow us to make the binary decision that was effectively the same one 2.5 hours ago. And I will myself be, and I'm sure Liz will be, at the next ONS that discusses and reviews the scope and the time frame. And I do hope we can get this done quickly, but without the evidence, I can't obviously state that for a certainty, and nor would I pretend to do otherwise. So Mr. Mayor, I commend this to you, and hopefully we'll all be heading home soon.
I'm not so sure about that. Okay, councillors, just to be very clear, we are voting to the substantive motion, which is the original recommendation that we had then modified by Councillor Beaman, and then modified by Councillor Mulliner. I'm sure you all have a total memory of what was said, so let's go to the vote.
Could we have an extra I in the word regulation then, please?
I'm hoping that's
as
within
I
your
believe
draft.
a planning inspector said many years ago, I am speechless. Right, those in favour of the substantive motion, please show.
That's 38.
Those against?
Six against.
Abstentions?
2 abstentions.
The substantive motion as amended twice is therefore carried. Unfortunately, we have another item on the agenda, which is pay policy statement, item 11, Leader.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the recommendations before you. I believe I have a seconder. Somebody, please. Yeah. Pay policy's been updated to harmonise it with Guildford. There's a table outlining some of the differences. We've adjusted it to account for the comments that you made at Executive Councillor Hyman and a few other typos. Mr. Mayor, I hope this is uncontroversial this late at night, and I move the recommendation.
Agreed. Any councillors wish to speak to the motion?
No.
Does the seconder wish to speak? Right, I will put the motion to council. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Meeting is closed.